Outside. The second request for today morning is those of us who have not yet become members of the Indian Society of Plant Genetic Resources are requested to do so. They can go to the registration counter and our staff will be there to assist them. And it's my earnest appeal that we have more members from this region. That was one of the reasons for bringing this conference over here, is to involve more people from this biodiversity hotspot to be part of the ISPGR family. So I think we can now start the session for today. May I request the co-chairs for this session, Dr. T. Mahapatra, Chairperson, PPVFRA, and Dr. P.N. Gautam, Chancellor RPCAU and former Chairperson of PPVFRA, to come on the dais and take their seats. I request Dr. Dinesh Agarwal, convener of this session, to please come over and start the session, and I invite the rapporteurs to join on stage.
Respected co-chairs for this very important session, that is on access, benefit sharing, IPR, and the policy considerations that are related with these issues. And the present chairperson of Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, former secretary there and DGICI, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra sir, Dr. P.N. Gautam sir, former chairperson of Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, National Biodiversity Authority. In fact, they don't need any introduction. And if I try to introduce, it would be like showing candle to the sun. So each one of us who are present here, we know about our co-chairman. The eminence presence in this seminar hall, Dr. Parada Sahab, Dr. Budhabarua Sahab, directors of ICR institutes, and participants. Of course, attendance is very thin at the moment, but I think we have to start on time, and with time it would grow. So very good morning to all of you, and I extend a warm welcome and felicitations on behalf of Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority, because on our behest this session was organized, and we thought that we should have a session in a region like Northeast, which is so rich in biodiversity, and it would be good to have certain consideration, because as yesterday Dr. Mahapatra sir and Dr. Parada sir, he made a beautiful presentation, very informative presentation, and there were certain issues which were highlighted. On some of those issues we have already started working, which we would be covering in today's session. And in fact, today the special session is an interesting mix. It covers both plant as well as animal biodiversity. And then there are speakers, those who would be talking about the mainstream, the sustainable use of biodiversity. So in total, in today's session, in 3 hours, we are going to have 7 speakers now. Dr. Sunil Archak will be talking about the distal sequence information. So all the speakers, I think everyone is present here, all the 6 speakers. So with this brief introduction, I would leave the floor to both the co-chairs for their opening remarks. So then thereafter we can start with the presentation. Thank you very much.
The co-chair, Dr. Purva, Dr. Budhabarua, and all other delegates represent very important session, and we would not like to really delay it further because already we are late by a few minutes. I don't know whether Dr. Praveen Malik is here. Right. So I don't know whether he is going to speak or not, but others are here. So I will request Dr. Gautam to say a few words and before we go for formal presentations.
Distinguished delegates and persons who have to deliver the invited lectures. It's really good to see that we have very important presentations in this particular session. And as we are a bit late, so without giving much introductory part to this, I request Dr. Agro-biodiversity, who is the Registrar General in the Agro-biodiversity, to deliver his keynote address. The topic of his presentation is role of PPV and FRA in conservation and use of agro-biodiversity. Very important topic, and Dr. Agrawal has a long experience of working in this authority. He had been in the seed side, person of seed, and we will look forward to hear from him. And I request him please address today.
A very good morning to everyone, and I'm going to make a presentation. I'm going to talk about the role of PPV-FRA in biodiversity conservation and use. And in fact, they say that one of the modern cardinal sin is that one should not be banal. If one talks about, what would be the modern commandments, 10 commandments, probably one commandment would go like, thou shalt not be banal. One should not be repetitive, one should not give the same information that has been given earlier. And after hearing Dr. Paroda sir yesterday, Dr. Gautam Sahab and Dr. Mahapatra sir yesterday, I feel that I run a very high risk of committing that sin. Maybe I may be repetitive, I may be banal. The treatment that sirs have given to this subject yesterday, that was fantastic, and today some of those things which I am going to tell, I am afraid that they could be the watered down version or the tasteless version of what sir has already talked about. Anyway, nevertheless, I will go ahead with my presentation. And that's the folder.
First folder.
So I am standing before you as the Registrar General of Protection of Is it okay now? So I am standing before you as the Registrar General of Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Authority. My name is Dinesh Agarwal, and basically I am an ICR scientist. I am a plant breeder by education and by training, and I am going to make a presentation. And since yesterday this hall was, there was a very good attendance, so I thought that apart from policy planners and those who have already, the ones who have been architect of this act, and those who are the practitioner of plant variety protection, there would be students. So I thought it would be good on my part to cover some basics about intellectual property rights, how they came into being. But I am not seeing many students here today, so probably there is no use teaching to the converteds. So I may skip few of the slides. So basically, as I told you that while making this presentation, I thought that there would be some students also who would be interested in knowing about the IPs and all. So first few slides, it covered the intellectual property rights, and how PPV-FRA came into being, and then finally the role of PPV-FRA in biodiversity conservation and its use. So intellectual property, I don't have to tell. I don't see many students here. But, so history of just this small portion I will cover. So actually, the history of intellectual property rights. Of course, if we see in terms of historical this thing, even in 5 centuries before Christ, in Roman Empire, the bakers, they used to have exclusive right on their culinary preparations, the way they would be making bread, and there would be some preparations where the rising of bread would be higher than the other preparations, so they would have an exclusive right over that culinary preparation. So in a way, rise of IPR is related to rising of bread, that is what. And if we talk of industrial patent, so very first patent was granted in Florence in 1421. It was given to Filippo Brunelleschi, and what it was given is he invented a barge, a kind of boat with a hoisting system where the crane was there. So he was given exclusive right to use that particular design for 3 years. But it gained the momentum. The intellectual property rights, they gained the momentum with the beginning of Industrial Revolution. You all know that Industrial Revolution started with the invention of steam engine in 1760s. First it was invented by James Watt, and then afterwards it was improved upon by a number of people, and then the steam engine, the first area of its application was in textile industry, where a patent was granted in 1764 for the spinning unit that went to James Hargreaves, that was for spinning jenny. So that is how it started, and then since then PBR and intellectual property rights, they have a long connection. So when after the Industrial Revolution, first it was the moment they started, Industrial Revolution, it started in 1760 in England. There was a civil war that broke out in US, particularly in the southern states. So they were about to abolish the slavery. So the cotton supply for the textile mills to Lancashire, it got dried up. And then they had to find the alternate source for the supply of American cotton, Hirsutum cotton, which would be having a higher fiber strength. And since India was under the British Empire, like how US was in those days, so they introduced American cotton to India. It took nearly 100 years to successfully cultivate. And since the first American cotton that was successfully cultivated in India, that was a kind of intermediate form which came from Cambodia. So it's still in Tamil Nadu. Today also, American cotton is called as Cambodia. So that is how the history of PBR and intellectual property rights, it started with the Industrial Revolution. And now in field of agriculture, the intellectual property rights, it gained momentum in the early part of 20th century. You know about the industrial agriculture. Industrial agriculture basically it started with the 4 things, with the varieties of superior genetics, with the invention of chemical fertilizers, with the mechanization of farming, and with the pesticide. So of course, chemical fertilizer came way back in 1842 when the British chemist James Law, he made the superphosphate, but with the superior genetics. For the superior genetics, varieties with the superior genetics, it started with the rediscovery of Mendel's laws. Then East and George Shell and Edward East, independently they discovered the phenomena of frequencies. Then the first system of production of double cross hybrid, that was perfected by Donald Jones in 1920, somewhere around 1920, and it was the summer of 1923 when for the first time the first commercial seed lot of corn hybrid was produced in Iowa, and that was done by a farmer who went by the name George Kurtzwell, and his sister Ruth. I mean, again the women power. She was the one who de-tasseled for production of hybrid the entire seed supply of subsequent year in Iowa State. So credit goes to her, and one of the partner in this enterprise of producing hybrid corn was Henry Wallace, who afterwards he started this pioneer hybrid company. Later on, he became Secretary of Agriculture of United States. He rose to the position of Vice President also. So that was the beginning in 1925, and that's how the seed company, they got interested. And then there was a talk that there should be some intellectual property, there should be some plant breeders' rights for the varieties of superior genetics. So this cause was taken up by International Association of Plant Breeders, that goes by the acronym SNCL, and they started pressurizing the governments in Western world, particularly in Europe and US. And finally, that culminated in the conference that was called in 1957. That conference was for International Union for Protection of New Varieties of Plants. Finally, that was signed as a treaty, that was adopted as a convention in 1961, that was further revised in 1972, 1978, and the final version is that we know as UPOW 1991. So before these things, since today's topic is about the conservation of biodiversity, so before the codified laws they came into existence, it is not that the society became aware of conservation of biodiversity with these codified laws only. There have been the customs, and customs are what? Customs are the earliest sources of law and form that form the basis of modern codified laws. These cultural practices, over the period of time, they became definite, and with the following of, and they were backed by certain obligations and restrictions. We know that in Meghalaya only there is a separate road where it is restricted, entry is restricted, you cannot disturb the biodiversity. Then there have been certain traditions in our society, like during Navratri, you would be knowing that they would be taking out the procession, and they called it Javara in many North Hindi-speaking states of the country. Similarly, the biodiversity has been conserved by our Vaidyas and Hakims also in the form of spices. This is a list of this entire shebang of the codified laws that are available in country which are related to biodiversity conservation. And some of these laws were made by the British. Extremely sorry. And now, in the codified law, if intellectual property right is concerned, you know, most of you are aware of these many provisions. The last one is about the protection of plant variety that is being dealt by my authority. One, when India signed WTO, there was an obligatory requirement for the country to honor the plant breeders' right. And we did a tightrope walk, because in our country we do have a very long history of agriculture. There are a number of crops which are our own crop, which are our native crop. Yesterday Dr. Paradasar was talking about those. So our farmers have been conserving the traditional biodiversity for centuries altogether. They have made it available for the crop improvement program, not only in the country, even in for outside countries also. So of course, WTO was signed in 1991, our homegrown act, it came in 2001, and ITPGRFA that came in 2004. But ITPGRFA was also signed in 2001. It came into force in 2004. So we did a balancing act. In fact, like I have quoted from our Upanishad, that is from 7th century before Christ, and our society is all about being inclusive. When we talk of IPR, it is all about being exclusive, where you exclude others from practicing that what you have right over. So our society has been, and that was very aptly given in our Upanishad, where we wish that may all be prosperous and happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is spiritually uplifting, may no one suffer. So with this philosophy, when we enacted our act, which goes by the name Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Act, in 2001, a fine balancing act was done, where the plant breeders' rights were granted, but at the same time, the farmers' rights were also protected, and those rights, our act, it gives an extensive set of rights to the farmers that I would be covering in subsequent slides. So this is the beginning, and this is the genesis of how PPVFRA Act came into being. So in 2001, when we were framing our act, and yesterday sir was talking about how he was actively involved in framing this act, Dr. Paradasar, Dr. Gautam sir, and all others also, those who contributed very significantly in formulation of this act. So the choice that was available to us was either we should introduce a patent system or a sui generis system, or a combination of these two. So country, as I told you, considering the seed system which was prevalent in the country, where most of the seed supply was through informal seed sector, and the contribution of farmers that they have made in conservation of agro-biodiversity, we chose a sui generis system of our own, which is very unique. Which is very unique in the sense, now some students have come Nowhere else in the country there is a provision where you can give protection to varieties which are in existence. UPO stands for the protection of new varieties of plants. Our act is unique in a way that we do recognize the varieties which are in existence, which cover all. Because as I was telling you, when this act was enacted, the kind of seed system which was prevalent in our country, at that time nearly 70% of seed supply used to be through informal seed system. Informal seed system where farmers would be selling their own seed or they would be exchanging it among themselves. It would be through informal source. Of course, now the proportion has come down. Of course, there is no definite figure, but now it has come down to formal sector is contributing around 65 to 70%, and through informal sector, it is around 35 to 30%. But in those days when this act was enacted, the informal sector's contribution was more than 70%, so it was imperative that we should give our farmers a right where they can save their own seed. So considering those things, this act was passed, and you know that once an act is passed, there has to be the rules of the game. So the rules were framed in 2003, this authority came into being in 2005, we started our business in 2006, where for the first time we developed the guidelines, DOS guidelines for the 12 crop species. That is the basic requirement, because based on those DOS guidelines only, we do the field testing and we run the plant variety protection on the criteria of distinctiveness, uniformity and stability. So in 2006 we came out with guidelines for the 12 crop species, basically all those 12 were the cereals, food crops. And then in 2007, we granted the first set of certificates, some 40 certificates, protection certificates were granted. This portion already I have covered that there were two basic requirements, the kind of seed system that was prevalent in the country, and then the farmers' contribution and the commitment country had towards ITPJRFA. So we did a balancing act, and that is how this unique act came into being. Now this is the role basically PPVFRA plays in ensuring a very vibrant seed sector in the country through both formal as well as informal. How do we ensure a vibrant seed sector in case of formal seed sector? Because private companies, those who would be investing money in R&D, they would have a chance to protect their investment. So they would be investing, of course, if we compare the figure, I mean for private seed industry, the figure that goes back into R&D, still it is pathetic in comparison to global trend. Globally, 12 to 15% of total turnover is again flowed back into R&D. In India, it stands somewhere around 3 to 4%. The figure is abysmal if we compare it to the global standards. So this is how the formal seed sector, it contributes because their interests are protected. Once they register their varieties, no one else can copy it. And how do we promote informal seed sector? As I told you, our act is very unique, where it recognizes farmers' rights. And one of the farmers' rights is they can register their variety, the community can register their variety, individual farmer can register his variety without any fee. So that also would be going into the seed chain, and that in total would be ensuring a vibrant seed sector. So PPVFR Act, again just for the students, it ensures the rights for plant breeders, it ensures the rights for researchers. For plant breeders' rights, I've told you, for farmers' rights, there is an extensive set of rights that has been given to farmers in our Act. And researchers also, they enjoy the researchers' exemption, where they can use any protected variety in a breeding program. They don't have to seek any authorization, even from the person who has registered that variety. The only thing is if they use it repeatedly in development of hybrid, in that case they have to seek authorization, they have to seek the permission from the person who holds the title for the protected variety. So basically, these are the different parts of the Act. I have already told you about breeders' rights, farmers' rights, researchers' rights. Then there is a provision for creation of gene fund, which I am going to talk about. Yesterday also we were talking about that how we can play a role in conservation of agro-biodiversity. So this is a whole entire shebang about the registration process and how the authority works. And this portion already about the contribution of different seed sectors I have covered. So I'll go to the next point. Many times people they say that in a country where farmers have such extensive rights, there are so many exemptions available to them, how a seed industry would survive. This is a perfect example how a very thriving, very vibrant seed industry can coexist with a farmer's rice. You know that our seed industry is growing at a rapid rate. If I have to tell you the cumulative annual growth rate, it is growing at a rate of 12%. And at this moment, we are the 5th largest seed economy in the world. Maybe in coming few years, 2 to 3 years, we will be the largest, the 3rd largest seed economy in the world. So there is every chance, there is every scope even for the private sector to grow while ensuring the farmers' rights. There is no competition as such. That is what last September in New Delhi, we organized one global symposium on farmers' rights that was inaugurated by Madam President. And we demonstrated this thing. The countries, the partners of ITTRFA, they participated in that global symposium, which was totally meant on farmers' rights. And we demonstrated this thing. There was a participation from private seed sector also, that how private seed sector can still grow, can it still be a vibrant sector while having these many farmers' rights available. So objectives of PPVFR Act, in a nutshell, if I have to tell you, so that there would be investment in R&D, farmers would be having the basket of choices in terms of varieties. If there is no protection to the private industry, nobody would put his money in R&D. That is one thing. Second thing is to safeguard the farmers' rights in terms of the material they have conserved, in terms of ensuring their access to the seed, and in this way, ensuring the quality seed supply in adequate quantity on timely basis. These are in nutshell the basic objective how this PPVFRA came to be. And again to the uninitiated, as I told you that our system is very unique, that apart from new varieties, we do register the varieties in other segments also. And that segment is extant varieties which are in existence. So within extant varieties, you know that in our country, still particularly for the food crops, the varieties that are being cultivated, basically they come from the public sector research. So we have a special provision where we register the varieties which have been notified, Gazette notified by Government of India. We registered them under the special category that we call notified under Seed Act 1966. The registration fee happens to be just ₹2,000 for the registration of such varieties. All those who are here from ICR institutes and universities, I would like to tell them, since this provision is unique in our Act, so when it was promulgated, a provision was kept that from the date of notification of crop species, for next 10 years only, we would be accepting varieties, extant varieties which are in existence. But considering the size of the country, considering the contribution of public sector, considering so much of, humongous size of country and so much of variability in terms of education, in terms of access to information, it was decided that it is very difficult to reach to each and everyone, to all the farmers within 10 years. So last year, a committee was constituted, a high-level committee was constituted under the chairmanship of Dr. Paroda sir. Dr. Gautam was member in that. So certain important decisions were taken. In between, we had a system of compound registration for hybrids that we withdrew. And another important recommendation that was implemented is we extended the time limit for filing applications for farmers' varieties. Extended the time limit for making applications for varieties under this extant category. So now I would appeal, of course farmers are not here, we are going to farmers, that exercise we are taking up in a big way. But all those who are here from SAUs and ICR institutes, I would appeal to you, whatever varieties which have been notified in past years and you could not make an application for the registration, please come forward. The process is very simple. The registration fee is bare minimum, just ₹2,000, and there is no DUS test that we do for varieties notified under Seed Act. The data that is ratified by the project coordinator, we accept it as such. Based on that, we do have a special committee and for the registration of notified varieties. We call it Extant Notified Variety Registration Committee. So your proposals are taken up there. And then once it is approved by the committee, the passport data is published in our in-house journal, which we call plant variety journal. So if there doesn't happen to be any opposition for 3 months, that would be there again. That would be live for 3 months. So if there doesn't happen to be any opposition, we grant the certificate. So the entire process is very easy. So I would appeal to all of you, from your institution, if any varieties have been notified in past few years and have not been registered so far, please kindly come forward and do that. And then there is an important provision, that is for the registration of farmers' varieties. Today I am going to talk about it, that we are not just into the registration of farmers' varieties, how we are helping farmers or how we are assisting the other organizations which are helping in mainstreaming of those farmers' varieties, that I will be covering in subsequent slides. And I am happy to inform you that. Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. So farmers' variety also, this is latest development. This I would like to inform you. And just one portion, then I will come to the mainstreaming of farmers' varieties. Last July, during the foundation day of ICR, our chairperson, sir, he took a decision. We invited DDG Extension, Dr. Gautam sir, both the ADGs and all the directors of Ataris. And we thought that if farmers are not able to come to us, why not we should go to them? And we roped in all the KVKs. So for last 2-3 months, we are making efforts at war footings. We are firing at all cylinders. And within 2 months, 3 months, we have received applications which are more than 1,000 in number. So we are going whole hog. We are going in full-fledged manner to capture the farmers' varieties. So this portion I believe already I have covered. So, yeah, another thing I would like to know, I would like to tell you that I told you that the basis of registration happens to be the DUS. D stands for distinctiveness. In case of UPOP, they call it distinctness. We call it distinctiveness, uniformity, and stability. And this criteria is adjusted based on the guidelines. So we started with the 12, and at the moment, number stands at 197. This is also one area where we have constituted one committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Mangla Rai Sahab to identify the new crop species where DUS guidelines should be in place. So now that committee is finalizing its recommendation. So again, we will be granting projects beyond this 197 number. In terms of number of applications, so far we have received around 19,000 applications. 60% of those applications, they are of farmers' varieties. In terms of certificates, so far we have issued nearly 9,000 certificates. Again, 60% of those certificates, they are of farmers' varieties. And this is the interesting bar chart. Here you can see. It is the progress over the years. The last 2 years, if you see, we have issued certificates to nearly 2,700 applications. And I'm happy to inform you that in terms of sheer number of registration by an individual country, we are number 2 in the world. Of course, China is number 1 and number 1 by a far distance. They are registering nearly 10,000. They are granting 10,000 certificates in a year. In our case, in a year, we have granted 2,400 certificates. In terms of individual country, we stand at number 2. Of course, CPVO, that is a Community Plant Variety Office of Europe, which again is an organization of 27 member states. They do on an average nearly 3,500 certificates. But as an individual country, for last 2 years, we are at number 2 in the world. So basically, when we talk of agro-biodiversity conservation, PPVFRA's role is in terms of providing ownership, to the farmers over the material that they have consumed. NBA also talks about the conservation. What is the difference? NBA is focused on conservation of biological resources and managing its sustainable use and enabling fair and equitable sharing of benefits. Then there is NBPGR and other agencies who are again involved in conservation of agro-biodiversity for present and posterity. So PPVFRA's basically the job is to grant the ownership. Yesterday, Chairperson sir was talking about a treaty which was signed as late as May 2024, and that was facilitated by WIPO. That's a legal instrument. India is also a signatory. And what it says, in future, if any patent is filed in any of the patent cooperation treaty country, the benefit sharing would go, if that patent is based on any traditional genetic resource or traditional knowledge associated with that genetic resource, the benefit sharing would go to that country where it happens to be in cultivation, where it is recorded that it is being cultivated. So it is imperative on our part. For that also we have taken up this exercise, that we are conducting our awareness program across the country. We are going, Chairperson Sir also is attending number of programs, and that has how it has resulted in increased number of applications. So yesterday Chairperson Sir was talking about, already he has spoken about that how the protection is paying rich dividend to the farm. All the time he quotes about one particular example, rather two examples from Karnataka, that is about the jackfruit and those protected varieties are Sidhu and Shankara, and particularly in case of Sidhu, the farmer has earned more than 1.5 crores in last 3-4 years. Then apart from that, there have been efforts of mainstreaming of farmers variety. Today I don't know if Dr. Rana is here, along with the Biodiversity International also. They have also taken up this exercise, and there are 2 brand names, that is Native Basket and Mountain Grains, where they are promoting the varieties that have been protected with PPVFRA. They have brought them into the seed chain, and community seed banks have been established for those varieties, and the products are being sold based on these farmers varieties. These are some of the examples. And here in this slide you can see like in different rice varieties which are being protected under the brand Native Grains. Then there is a very important, very controversial provision also at times. We say that in our Act there is a provision of benefit sharing. And at times people ask us to count those incidences where there has been benefit sharing that has been extended to farmers. So in a strict sense of word, there has not been benefit sharing. But some of the universities, some of the organizations, they have improved upon the farmers varieties. They got them released through state, and then now the seed is being supplied free of cost to the farming community. So that again in a way, it is the case of benefit sharing. That has happened in Chhattisgarh, that has happened in Kashmir for Muchbuzi. They have the GI also now for that rice variety. Then another initiative, the credit goes to Dr. Gautam Sahab, who was chairing this research advisory committee of National Innovation Foundation, and sir suggested them to come in to work in tandem with PPVFRA, and now Dr. Mahapatra sir is chairing the RAC of National Innovation Foundation. So they have also taken in a big way the mainstreaming of farmers varieties, the varieties which have been protected with PPVFRA. And in what way they are helping them in mainstreaming? They are helping them in registering their startups. They are advising them in packaging of materials. They are conducting on-farm trials for these farmers varieties so that people would become aware of these. There would be sale of seed packets. So there are a number of cases which I have put up here, like in case of onion, Sandeep Pyaj is there, where the farmer has become a successful entrepreneur. He is producing seed, he is selling it. Another case for onion is Sona 40. In case of cauliflower, that is Animakai Chabi, Ajit Girl selection. There are a number of cases. I have just selected a few here. In case of brinjal, there are 2. That is a Niranjan Bharta, then SZKB1, even for horticultural crops also. In case of grapes, they have that is Nana Sahab Purple Seedless, Sudhakar Seedless. So planting material is being sold by farmers. They are earning money. Same thing goes for the carrot, Madhuvan Gajal, that is being promoted by NIF. And what we have decided is, because like if I say that, of course, when we ask farmers that they should come forward and they should get their varieties protected, the very next question happens to be, what would be the next for us? If we register also, what is there for us in that? And authority as such cannot have a direct role in mainstreaming, in branding that variety, but of course we can support the organizations like NIF, we can support the organizations like Biodiversity, we can support the farmers producers organization like Sahaja Foundation, they're in down south in Karnataka, so that they can come forward, they can bring those farmers under one umbrella, they can get their varieties protected and can do the hand-holding support in mainstreaming the varieties. So these are some of the cases. Yesterday, Dr. Paroda Sahab raised this point about the biodiversity conservation. As such, in PPVFRA in section 45, where there is a provision for the creation of gene fund, we have this provision where we have to support the in situ and ex situ conservation of biodiversity. We have to strengthen the panchayats, those panchayats who are involved in the work of biodiversity conservation. So one committee was constituted under the chairmanship of Dr. R. Hanchinal, our former chairperson, and they have given recommendation. We took those recommendations to our authority meeting, and we took those recommendations to our authority meeting, and that has been approved by the authority. Now the recommendation, the rules have been sent to ministry for the notification. So from this year, from the coming year, we are going to support the community seed banks. The rules have been set. This is the list of rules that we have been set. How many communities we would be supporting, what would be the quantum of financial support, and what and all would be the requirements for any community, for any organization to be eligible to start a community seed bank. Everything has been worked out. We have sent it to the ministry for the direct notification. Once it happens, we will start doing. Of course, there is an awareness among the state governments also. Few days back only, there was a news from Karnataka, where Karnataka state government has set aside few crores of rupees for the conservation of Deshi seeds, and that they are going to do through organizations like the State Agriculture University and other institutions. So this is one thing, and since I'm standing here in Northeast, there is one area. We say that this is our job to go ahead with the biodiversity conservation. I did a little analysis among the 7 sister states in terms of registration of farmers' varieties. The number is not as high. Yesterday we were going gaga about the biodiversity that is available in Northeast. But still, if we see in terms of number of applications, it is not comparable to some other states of the country. Of course, we are not putting blame to anyone. It is our duty, it is our responsibility to go to farmers. So here in this chart, you can see in case of Assam, so far we have received 519 applications. There are 35 districts in Assam. But in terms of number of applications that we have received only from 12. Since we have our presence, KVK's presence in all the districts, this has to be further taken up. Now Director Ataris are here. We are going to support Atari, we are going to support KVKs in organizing the public awareness program. So where and all the gaps are there, that can be addressed. Similarly, in case of Meghalaya also, only 203 applications have come so far, and out of 12 districts, the number of the application that we have received, that is only from 5. Similarly, for other states also I have given. So I would request the KVKs, those who are present here, and particularly if that district happens to be your district, please make an effort to submit the applications for those farmers' varieties with us. And that is how we can capture the entire variability, the biodiversity that is available in our country. So this is an exercise that we are doing. And thank you very much. I would be very happy to reply to any of your queries. Of course, in last 2 years, as I showed you, that we have registered number of varieties, and we are organizing number of programs in different regions of the country so as to attract the farmers' varieties. But still, we have a long way to go. There is a saying that still Delhi is far away. Its actual Persian version is Hanos Delhi Duras. Delhi abhi dur hai. So we have come this far, but still we have to cover a long distance. Thank you very much.
Very nice presentation. He is here, and particularly the KVK people and the students will have certain queries and questions they can contact him. But the important message that progress has been made and lot is to be done. And in this regard, awareness generation is very critical, very important. Not only to farmers but also to the researchers, so that they can seek the ownership for the material which they are developing or which they are trying to promote. One important thing which I think can also form part of the declaration is that community seed banks. Promoting community seed banks, for which initial seed money, which is now indicated to be at indirect maximum, should be highlighted. And I think the story should start from Meghalaya itself, that we make target for Meghalaya, that we establish at least 10 community seed banks in state of Meghalaya, and I think that will be achievable and can make a big difference. Choose what are the prominent variety which are being exchanged by the farmers, which they would like to continue, and establish their cooperative, support them. And since we are sitting here and we have to see that something tangible goes to the state, and that would be quite interesting. I don't think we will have questions, but if really there is an urgency for somebody, he can ask, we can give 2-3 questions, he can respond.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your direction. And in fact, just now we have, sorry,
I have one query, sir.
please.
Tell me, Sikkim, that why the varieties has been domesticated, and then now their farmers are rearing. But any years, suppose the farmer should rear minimum of 20 years after taken from the wild, they are domesticated, and that any description is there any line in the demarcation? Okay, that may be wild, but farmers already domesticated, maybe 10 years, 20 years before, so that can be registered under farmers.
If I have to tell you the definition that is given of farmer's variety in our Act, the first one is the variety.
Very simple. Yeah, मैं इसको deal करूँगा. I thank you for a very nice presentation. There is no time limit. If there is a common variety, this is a variety in the farmer. They want to seek ownership. There is no time like the 20 years of how much natural. It was very interesting.
Yeah, there is a provision for that.
Okay.
In fact, there are अलग से करने
So as far as sir, your suggestion, your instruction has been well taken, and just now we have embarked on this journey of supporting the community seed bank. That's what I have written in few lines here. That is from Robert Frost. That we still have miles to go. Just now we have embarked on that journey. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Invited lecture. And it will be first delivered by Dr. V.K. Mishra, who is the director of the Host Institute. And he will speak on status and prospects of GI crops in northeastern India. Very important topic. And Dr. Mishra does not need any introduction because he is our host. So I'll straightway request him for his
To all of you, the respected chair, co-chair, distinguished scientist. Actually, whatever the topic has been allotted to me, which is the status and prospects of the GI crop in northeastern India, although I am not very much authority to say on that aspects. There are so many learned peoples are here, and most of the discussion has already been made, particularly on that aspect. But during our presentation, I would like to try to justify about the presentation. So, virtually, if you look about the GI crops, why I have selected this one, there are some important backgrounds like that. But before that, if you look the history of the GI crop, I think it started from the 1883, and particularly in the 1994, in the TRIP agreements, I think there was some definitions about for the GI crops, and the definition of the GI crops is the indication which identify a good as originating in the territory of a country or a region or a locality in that territory, where a given quality, reputations of other characteristics of the good is essentially attributed to its geographical origins. It is based on the TRIP agreements. So this is about the GI crops. If you look particularly in our country, I think by the Act of the 1999, I think there is some protections. The GI crop has been introduced particularly in our country as a whole in the world, if you see the 34 classes of the GI crops, and among them, the 31s, the class number 31 comes under the agricultural produce like that. The question is, why the GI tag? There are so many things, and I think it may be the debatable issues, but some of the very, very important aspects for the farmer point of view. You see the GI enhance the reputations and value of the local product, there is no doubt, and the consumers look for the hello mark like a gold, and support the regional economic development, and I think it is the very, very important aspects for the regional development like that, and prevent the fraudulent users that indicate the origins. Because you see, you may see particularly in the markets, there are so many brands are available. I think by the GI taggings we can control some things like that. Apart from that, the GI crops, whatever, because we are discussing here about the GI crops, so GI crops is evolved by the natures. And the beauty of the GI crops, there is a very, very least interference of the abiotic as well as the biotic stress like that. If you see, suppose if you have any high yielding variety, there is a lot of the chances of the abiotic stress, and nowadays the farmers are facing a lot of the problems. One side the government is promoting the natural farming, organic farming. Another side we don't have any organic to manage the insect and pest, as well as there is one of the major challenge to manage the nutrient aspects. Somehow that part can be managed by the adoption of the GI crops, because it is evolved in a particular ecology like that by the nature. Apart from that, the basic beauty of the GI crops, there is a known for the specific quality as well as the medicinal value. Recently I had visited in the Srinagar, and there was a saffron, kesar, was a very much popular particularly in that area. But the liking of the every visitors, only the GI tag kesar. Although the cost of the GI saffron was the 220 rupees per gram, and on the other side, the cost of the so many other type of the saffron was about the 75 rupees per gram. But the liking was only towards the GI crops. So this is the beauty of the GI crops. So that's why there is a need to promote like that. Apart from that, it has the very good medicinal property like that. Particularly in the recent 2-3 years, whatever I have observed, particularly in my village, about the 70% people are suffering from diabetes, high blood pressures, thyroid, mental depressions, and all these things like that. Earlier, just when I remember my childhood, during that period, there was no MBBS doctor around the 20 kilometers square. Whatever the time to time there was a need, the people moved to the Banaras Hindu University like that. But nowadays, the lot of the doctors, we are getting the very good crops. The yield potentiality, there is no doubt. We are getting the 10-ton biomass in per hectares, but on the other side, we are very much sufferers like that. You see at the whole the northeastern regions here, there is a lot of the scope. There is a lot of the scope of the unutilized plants. And on the other side, if you see, if there will be any improvement programs for overall betterment of that, certainly it will be very helpful, and it will be not good for the conservation of the genetic genes like that. So these are some of the important aspects. So apart from that, if you see as a whole the northeastern regions, sir, the total number of the GI crops, whatever we have, is about the 22 numbers, particularly in our whole northeastern regions. And if you look the state-wise, particularly in Assam, the number is 7, and in Manipur 4, Nagaland 3, and accordingly, and only 1 crops in the Tripura. So this is the status of the GI crops like that. Some of the important crops, I think that everybody might be knowing about that. The chakao rice, joha rice, boka rice, tea, naga cucumbers. These are some of the important fruits are very much, I think, popular, particularly in the northeastern regions, and some of the fruits, I think, got the GI tag also. Some of the spices, that is the very, very important aspects, particularly in the northeastern regions. If you see the progress of the GI tag, whatever we are getting, particularly in the northeastern region, you see the situation in 2008 and 9, only the 2 number of the crops got the GI tag, and simultaneously in 21-22, just we received the 5 crops, and all apart from that, the 13 crops is under the process, and I think we are hoping that these crops may get some GI tag like that. Apart from that, what are the issues of the GI crops like that? These things are completely unrecognized area. It is being grown by the farmers in the very much pocket area, and all those, there are the lot of the, I think they are facing the challenges from the private side like that, and everybody just they are promoting their seed like a maize and different spices, different high yielding varieties to remove the GI crops. So here the farmers want to get some good yield, but in the name of the good yield, suppose if this is the one of the major threat to the farmers, so that part need to be protected. How it will be protected, I think that part need to be discussed. Lack of the quality seed and planting materials, there is no doubt this is the unrecognized, and we don't have any plan particularly for the GI crops like that. Always we are looking for the high yielding varieties like that, and always whatever the Central Variety Release Committee or NSC like that, they are providing the breeder seed of the released variety, but we don't have the provision to provide the good varieties of a GI crops like that. I think that part need to be incorporated in that system. Low productivity is one of the major aspects. Whatever the agronomical practices we have, only the agronomical practices have been developed for the released variety, but don't have the agronomical practices for the GI crop. I think this is my humble suggestion to the scientists to incorporate in the research program to develop the agronomical practices. Awareness, what is the real importance of the GI crops, that part need to be disseminated, need to be create awareness among the farmers. The climate change, there is no doubt that it is evolved by the nature in a particular climatic condition. The region, the hilly region, sir, is very much vulnerable to the climate change, and I think our GI crop is also suffering due to the climate change. Threat by the modern breeding, always the modern breeding is one of the major aspects. If you go and see in most of the peoples, those who are sitting particularly in this hall, they are directly and indirectly belonging from the rural side like that. Go and see the situation particularly in the rice, in the field. In the case of the rice, earlier there was so many varieties, but nowadays there is a very 1 or 2 type of the variety is being grown by the farmers, and most of the area are covered by a particular variety. In case of the wheat, you go and see the whole area is totally dominated by the dwarf gene like that, mono gene like that. So I think this is the one of the major challenges. So during the breeding program, you must take care. You must take care of the privacy, the priority of the particularly the GI crop. Otherwise, the one day the time will come, the crop, GI crops, whatever we have, it will be completely eliminated from the field, and ultimately the society will be the loser, and next generation will be the loser. So this is the request to the breeder sides. So apart from that, the inadequate, the post-harvest, I think this is the one of the very good medicinal values, and I think that part need to be developed. How after the post-harvest we can maintain the medicinal quality. It is the one of the important aspects, sir. So these are some, apart from that, there will be need to adequate technology backup, either lose the commercial value or lost over due to some genetic erosions and loss of the country intellectual property. I think these are some important issues that part need to be taken care by the authority, those who are looking particularly on that aspect, and that part need to be communicated to the farmers level, sir. So apart from that, sir, there are some research is very much required particularly on that aspect, and that aspect, the standardization of the locational specific package and practices, it is the very, very important. I have already highlighted. We don't have agronomical practices for the GI crop. That part need to be included in ICR research program, in university research programs, in master and PhD degree program, particularly in the case of the agronomical and soil science research programs like that. Standardization of the organic production package. Now the government is looking the natural farming. Our high yielding varieties is not fit for the natural farming. Government has allocated the 10,000 crore rupees for that. How it will be adopted, how it will be implemented, which crop will be fit for that. I think the GI crop is one of the best crops to fit under the natural farming, and by which I can fulfill the objective of the government program, flagship program, particularly on the natural farming flag. Refinement of the locational specific regionation. I think, sir, the Khasi Mandarin, there are so many Mandarin. There is one of the major challenges, particularly the decline in that part. In 1975, when the institute was established, Dr. S.P. Ghosh joined, and just I have requested to submit the sweet memories about during the service period of his service period. He had given the remark that when he joined in 1975, he discussed then and there Director Dr. Bod Thakur, and he pointed out that Dr. Bod Thakur has suggested to address the issue of the decline of the citrus rice as well as the zoom cultivation. And still we are facing the same problems like that. And we are blaming to each and everywhere that there is no planting materials in the region, and the reason behind that, we don't have such type of the laboratory in whole the northeastern region to provide the good planting material and to certify the good planting material. We don't have. So I think that part need to be supported by some authorities, by the government, and there will be need to disseminate such type of the things to the nursery growers as well as the farmers for the overall betterment. Apart from that, the climate smart farming assessment of the impact. I think everybody is talking about what is the impact, but we don't have the data. I think there is a need of the data to generate the data, particularly whether there is any effect of the high rainfall, low rainfall, high temperature, low temperatures. If there is, I think that part need to be documented by the ICT research organizations. Evaluation of the potential of the GI crop in reducing the carbon and water chain. So everybody, and you see there are a lot of the papers every time we are publishing about the sequestration, water footprint like that. But in the real sense, if you see under the stress condition, this is the one of the crops we can grow successfully without any loss like that. So this is the one of the important aspect, and the carbon as well as the water footprints, that part need to be quantified and need to be documented by the researchers. So apart from that, the plant protection measures. So on the other side, it is the very much yes, it is not susceptible for the under the abiotic and abiotic research. That part need to be what is the basic characteristics for that, why these crops are not very much susceptible to the insect and pest. That part need to be identified. And I apart from that, the analysis of the phytobiomic characterization of endophytes in the GI crops and their relationship with the unique trait, and isolation, characterization and identification of the phytostimulating rhizobacteria from the hot stuff of the GI crop. Just I would like to cite the examples. The Muzaffarpur, particularly in the Bihar, the Muzaffarpur is famous for the lychee. And particularly in the lychee garden, the Shahi lychee is the one of the very, very important crops for, particularly in that regions. When I was in the university, some of these scientists studied about what are the regions, and they have identified some mycorrhizal status. That status was entirely different from the other part of the other type of the crops like that. So I think such type of the study is very much required. Similarly, if you go and see, I think Dr. Rajan is here, the Malihabad is very much famous for the Dasahara, all these things. So why it is like that? There is some basic characteristic of the soil characteristic that govern to the particular area for the particular plant. I think what is the best correlation, that part need to be quantified by the researchers. Only the carbon content, water management, nutrient content will be not fulfill our objective. I think in the future there is a need the relationship between the biotic the plant status of the microbial status, nutrient status, that part need to be studied. So apart from that, the crop improvement, I think I have already discussed, during any improvement program, any biotechnological program, you must take care. And apart from that, there is a need of the profiling of the GI crops, so that we can protect, we should know what is the basic characteristics of that, so that gene materials can be utilized for the improvement of the other crop. So this is the important beauty. Apart from that, the post-harvest technology, social awareness is the very, very important. Although some of the farmers and the many people saying like that, by default this is the organic, this is the natural farming, but always I am, this is my point, this is not by the fault of the area is organic, this is the wisdom of the farmers. And that's why the farmers, still the farmers is not taking interest in applying the chemical fertilizers as well as the biopesticide like that. So I think their integrity, their choice, whatever they have, I think that part need to be maintained, need to be honored by the scientists. Apart from that, the social awareness doesn't mean that you may grow some high yielding variety. And particularly in our country, you see the rice, there is no shortage of the rice, particularly in the country. There is a good area in the Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, a very good area. We can grow the good quality of the rice, good production of the rice. At least the quality of the rice, whatever, the GI crop, the rice should be maintained, particularly in the northeastern regions. Don't create a awareness to grow the high-yielding variety instead of the local varieties like that. I think this is not the future. That part need to be maintained by the social awareness like that. So some of the outreach program is very much required, like the genetic literacy, quality literacy, technical literacy, trade literacy, production and quality seed production. As these are things, these are the very general points. It may be suitable for the other, but I think that part is very much related to that crops. Apart from that, without institutional support, proper support, we can't achieve anything like that. So there is a central and state government support is very much required to the farmers levels like that. Marketing, the quality is available, but the question is, who is the buyer? I think there is a need to link with the markets like that. And the line department, KDK, research institution, I think there is a proper support, institutional support for the promoting of the GI crop. And in the last, this is my conclusion, so the GI tech crop significantly potential to facilitate the rural development in the northeastern India. So these regions, we don't have the industry particularly in this area. the economy of the northeastern regions is mostly depend on the tourism, and I think there is a need to link the tourism with the GI crops. And there is a need to develop some agro-tourism, and there should be some provision to provide the GI crops, and by which we can enhance the employment apart from the income to the farmers in a right sense for the right purpose. So formulation of the meaningful research, I think I have already discussed, a technology-led collective actions to drive the benefit from the still untapped commercial potential. Still, 22 GI crops just we got, but apart from that, there is a lot of the crops. I think how they will get the GI tag. I think this is the right forum, and this forums will help particularly in getting the GI tag crops, sir, and realization of the better monetary return by the made to the rural producer, and fostering the economic prosperity at the local level, and ensuring sustainability for future of the GI registrations from the northeastern India. I think these are some of the important aspects that need to be taken care by this forum, by this authority, and this is the right authority to say something, to decide something about the GI crop. So thank you, sir. Thanks to all.
Very relevant to the team, and very important for this region. And you have raised very important issues and introduced the topic very nicely. Thanks for that. I think there are 2-3 areas where we have to do something. One is the number of crops has to be increased. Now that is number one thing. Now we can fix some tentative numbers so that that work can be expedited, catalyzed by the researchers working in this area, the extension workers working in the area. You have indicated very important point regarding seed and quality planting material. In fact, I was just wondering that neither it does not come under the seed act.
Yeah.
Now it also has to be seen how much we can reach it with the farmer side. Put it as a farmer side, that may be one good possibility. But in that time, 2 level seed. There is a provision in seed act, and that is one way. Because this awareness is required. That in order to set this ownership issue, in order to set this issue in order, it will be this. नहीं आ रहा सर? हाँ आ रहा. आपको आ रहा होगा. बिल्कुल नहीं आ रहा. अच्छा अब आया? ठीक है. Good, thank you. What I was saying is that the number of crops needs to be raised in this region. That is our one niche specialty, and I think all people engaged in research and extension have a great role to play. You can fix some number that for this state at least you can put, and that can be one roadmap. The second is that the quality planting certification. For planting material, the nurseries, there are certified nurseries. That cannot be a problem, but for the quality seed, it has to be given some strength. And strength is that at present it is treated as a 2 level seed. But we have also to put these things towards the farmers' right area, because they are also farmers, and farmers' rights can be realized. So that is another thing which is important. You have very rightly highlighted the development of appropriate package of practices. That area, because there is no system. None of the system is on top of package practices for these crops. So, but when institutions are here, they can look into this part. And of course, it was all wonderful. You have indicated how to promote market. And carelessly marketability and post-harvest processing, etc. This cannot go beyond these corridors. So let's see how can we link it. We have to create some group which works on this area. So it's specialized need and requirement. भाई आपने बढ़िया बोला, बहुत अच्छा है ऐसा है। In fact, I was thinking that man of soil science will be speaking of area, so maybe you have some limitation, but you have done much more justice to the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Praveen Malik. He is from Agro-biodiversity. Represents ICR, You will also introduce briefly yourself.
A very good morning to all Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, Convener, Rapporteurs, Honorable Dignitaries sitting here, Dr. Paroda, Dr. Bajapurwa sir, and other delegates, students. Very good morning. In fact, more than what Dr. Mishra was, you said, sir, how he will justify. I am a man of animal science and speaking on plant varieties commercialization.
Dr. Malik Saab, he was animal husbandry commissioner, basically animal scientist.
I am a veterinary microbiologist.
Veterinary microbiologist working on various aspects. He was at NRC on the Queens. So obviously working, talking about plants. But I'm sure you will do justice.
Sir, I'll try because I am keeping plant varieties as one commodity, and I am into commercialization of that. So I'll be talking about the marketing aspect, what are the issues, what we are facing from the R&D side even. So I'll take up through that mechanism. So I'll be talking about when we'll be saying plant varieties, if I say something wrong in that particular thing, I right now apologize for that because I'm not a man. I might mistake some of the definitions or something, but I'll try to get into that. So when we say the commercialization, essentially it has to start from the R&D side only. So when we have to unlock the genetic potential of some of the crops, we then, when it is actually mature, when it is actually complete in R&D aspects, only then we can take up the right kind of commercialization, right kind of market for that particular crop. And also it just does not stop right at commercialization, it has to go into the social impact as well. So when we say it has to come from like the lab, will have to go to the market, to the farmer, and from farmer that feedback has to come for the next round of R&D activities for that particular kind of thing. And when we say plant varieties, we just not have seed, we have a different planting materials available with us, maybe starting from seed to tubers to the rhizomes, cuttings, fluff, and so many things. So every time the issues when we take up for the commercialization, for the terms we decide for the licensing of those technologies to the industry, they differ in certain aspects, and that we have to specifically take up during the commercialization process. It also includes the aspects of precision farming, the climate smart agriculture. We also talk about biofortification. And why I am touching upon all these things, bioenergy production, because when we say commercialization, we have to essentially see the market potential of each of these particular technologies. If we say biofortification, we need to see, say we have got rice varieties with rich in iron or something, but then we have to see where the demand is. And it is not the demand coming only from the feed, but also how it is related to the policy from the health ministry. What kind of policies are there, what kind of schemes are there, and then we have to mix them together to analyze and understand what is the kind of right market to that particular technology, and based on that we start talking about the commercialization process. Now we have got lots of challenges in commercialization. R&D you have already heard about a lot, you are all experts sitting in that particular domain, and you have been talking about. what is the most important and urgent requirement for that particular area. Suppose we are sitting in Northeast, but then we have to see lot many other things also at the same time while doing R&D to develop that kind of a data set so that it fits into those kind of domains also. The first thing I am talking about is the regulatory compliance. Second thing I am talking about the market acceptance, that is not the farmer. Right now, when we say acceptance in the market, it is the industry, it is the intermediary between the R&D and the farmer who will be going to produce that particular technology into products. So we have to convince those kind of things. We have to create that either there are two mechanisms of taking any technologies into the field, is either a push mechanism or a pull mechanism. When there is a demand existing, we say it's a pull mechanism. There is a demand, we create something and it's already accepted. Sometimes we have to create the demand, we have to create conditions where similar type of technologies can be accepted by the farmers, and during that particular mechanism, we have to understand, can we create that kind of a push mechanism also within the system. We have to see the geographical adaptability, and I say specifically here, we have got examples, plenty of examples, when a crop or a variety is released for certain area and there is a heavy demand for the same variety from some other area. Dr. Lakshmikant is sitting here. Things are released for Uttarakhand and there is a demand from MP. It's not released. How to justify that and how to make it? And then in posterity, basically we get into the mechanism because there is a demand, there is a performance. How to get it released also can be notified for that area also. So it's a kind of maturing that technology for a wider area. So that's about geographical adaptability. Challenging for small players specifically, you have to compete with large companies, the big companies which are like the multinationals, and we have got small players like FPOs, the MSMEs, the startups. So there is a demand, there is a competition on both the sides. One side we say that big companies are really beneficial because they create a good kind of market for you. They create a quality product assurance kind of mechanism for you. But at the same time, for the ultimate outreach to the areas, especially when we speak about the conditions like where the demand is less, the hilly areas, whether it is Northeast Hills or it's the Uttarakhand or Kashmir Hills or other things. So in those areas, those small players are also very, very important. But then you have to compromise sometimes with the quality because once you get into number of small players in that market, sometimes the quality issues are there, sometimes the cost issues are there, sometimes the price issues are there. And at the same time, we have to have those kind of post-licensing monitoring activities also to be held with them, with these kind of entities, and accordingly we have to look into those kind of challenges. Another issue in Indian context where even the farming is also from very small landholders is the seed retention by the farmers and the kind of material transfer locally without getting into the commercial markets. This also affects the overall market for the new technologies which are already there, which are competitive in nature. Sometimes there is a demand for certain technologies and we start doing it, but our R&D activities goes beyond the time period which is expected out of that particular laboratory. So these extended timelines sometimes hamper the commercial aspects of that particular technology. What we need to do is we have to see the market, forecast the market and hit the things right at that particular point when it is actually required. And ultimately the protection, you have just heard Dr. Agarwal on the plant protection, plant variety protection issues and other IP protection mechanisms, especially in these kind of areas, which takes sometimes time. Sometimes our scientists are not really encouraged to go for that. My personal feeling is, in last 5 years when I am handling this Agri-Innovate business, either as director of the company, or now as CEO of the company, if you get into the protection mechanism, your value increases manifold, all of a sudden. If you are getting to the market without registration, and I have seen lot many people, despite the guidelines from ICR, are trying to get into the market without getting your technologies registered with the right kind of authorities. It is hampering the market, it is hampering on the quality of the product you are expected to send it to the farmers. So my request from Agri-Innovate again is to get into the protection mechanism before you actually start talking about the right kind of commercial market available for that technology. The only request from Agri-Innovate is to have the technologies assured, means they have to be affordable, scalable, sustainable. Universal means everybody should be able to utilize that quickly, excellent and disruptive kind of very quick answers they need. The regulatory considerations, you have heard of the Act, the authority, you are talking about the other IP issues. In GM crops, still it is debatable. Some of the transgenics, we are still finding it difficult to put it into the market, and we want to see whether the licensing and partnership issues also gets into these legal kind of complications because of these ownership issues, sometimes partnership issues, and that's where we start talking about specifically how you should get ahead about development of technology, not only through yourself but also through the partnerships. And here Agri-Innovate plays a very important role, not only in identifying the right kind of technology for the field, also for the evaluation in terms of techno-commercial assessments, in terms of understanding the market potential of that particular technology. We also facilitate protection of your technologies. We encourage the researchers to get into those kind of mechanisms so that they enter into the protection mechanism before actually getting to the market. And finally, we also foster the partnership issues, and this is a generic process how we start working. Start from the technical description, where we start asking only two major questions. What is the problem in the field which you want to solve through your R&D, through development of your new varieties? What is the solution? What is the USP of your solution? Whom you are competing with? How you want to replace that particular existing variety so that you can establish yourself in the field? Talking about what is the level of your intellectual property protection, whether it has already been commercialized at small scale through the institute or something. If so, what are those conditions you have created so that we can compare from there? And then we start actually on the commercial side. From one side, we are talking about the developmental cost, the direct cost, the indirect cost, the cost you are going to incur in future in terms of protecting your variety, in terms of maintaining that protection, in terms of some indirect cost from the institution. And together we understand how much you have put in your efforts, what are your results, what are the costs involved with that particular thing, so that we can assess. And this particular cost, although may not be directly related to the quality of your outcome, but most of the big companies, they assess your technologies in terms of how much you have incurred. It means what is the level of involvement of your institution in development of that particular thing, and they generally consider as a psychological impact. If you say, I have incurred kind of 2 crore rupees in development of this, and it's maybe 7 years on that, they say, yes, it should be something good. If you say it is just 5 lakhs in 3 months I have developed something, they tend to say, it may not work, kind of. And then we start talking about the potential in terms of how much revenue it can generate, the expectation from that. And that information we gather from the market, we gather from the researchers, we gather from other sources. And from that, we understand that in the industry, when the product is actually developed from your technology, the seed development cost, what will be the total cost that is going to be incurred by the industry, and what will be the revenue they are going to generate, what kind of profit they are going to make in the duration of licensing. And from there, we start talking about the general potential, the potential clients who can actually are interested in your technologies? What are some limiting factors? As Dr. Mishra has rightly pointed out, you have got issues with the soil type, the agroclimatic condition, the geographies and something. So what are those limiting factors which can affect the overall quantity of the product you are going to develop with that? So that particular limiting factor is also affecting the overall market and is going to affect the licensing fee for your technology. And based on that, we start developing the licensing terms and conditions in consultation with the institution. And in that licensing, we just do not go only for the licensing. We also look into the opportunities for the joint ventures where the venture capital or some other financing also comes to the institute, not only for developing the product, but also in maturing the technologies from your TRL 4 or 5 level to 7 or 8 level, because this particular difference of maturing your technologies from TRL 3 to 4, which is kind of lab or lab prototype stage, into the field validated kind of product or technology, and then also talk about whether a spin-off is possible from your technology. And from there, we start talking about the partnerships, the matchmaking. We start talking about the demand-driven kind of partnerships. We talk about maturing TRL with the help of partnerships. We talk about the prioritization of your R&D from the same finding into one of the directions so that the most beneficial thing can be taken up first and which can meet the demand in the right time in the market, and then the mutually beneficial exchange of personnel. Your people going as intern into the industry coming to your laboratories, understanding, and then that kind of exchange will affect not only the know-how improvement, but also changing the overall ecosystem on how we start developing these kind of partnerships. And generally, when we say partnerships, we generally do not see only two components, the R&D and the market, but also we would like to see the third helix, which is the government side, which is the policy side. And in agricultural domain, when we say rural technology domain, it is very, very important to have this kind of a triple helix model where the academia-driven, industry-driven, or government-driven, or sometimes even the hybrid models are very, very important. And here, the importance is the kind of requirement, kind of facilitation, kind of the technical know-how, the robustness of your technology, which comes into these kind of systems very, very effectively. And accordingly, based on this particular kind of partnership, your funding opportunities increase due to those kind of partnerships through that. And through this, we would like to take the navigate the pathways to successful commercialization is the stakeholder engagement, helping the R&D researcher, academia in regulatory compliances. And one major important factor when I say regulatory compliances regularly, repeatedly, is when we take your technology with your data set to some of the regulators. I have seen examples where regulator has refused to accept your data, and there are examples when we had to refund the license fee to the company for want of specific data. So we would like to have that kind of facilitation, and Agri-Innovate is also looking for sustainable business models where we also can invest in your R&D based on what is your estimated return on investment. And based on that particular kind of analysis from us, from you, together, we are ready to invest in your R&D activities beyond certain TRL level so that we actually can make market, but this investment will be based on the equity model. And then we would love to get into the continuous innovations. The final one is I am talking about is how you brand, how you package, how you digitalize your things, how you reach the consumer before actually going to the industry. You have to create that kind of aura in the overall ecosystem that your technologies are acceptable, your technologies are meaningful to the farmer, either through your demonstration mechanisms, through KVKs, or your extension mechanisms, or any other mechanism for that matter. And those kind of mechanisms sometimes help create a demand in the system, and industry is getting affected from that and will be quickly coming to you for accepting your technologies. So thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I am sorry I have taken 3 more minutes than exercise. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You said 10 minutes, and we said 15 minutes, but we've taken more. But that's fine. So thank you very much. You have provided a broad overview of technology, commercialization, and different facets of it, and what all is required and how to really manage technology with regard to its commercialization, and also partnership for making it a successful venture. Of course, you mentioned about many issues, but one of the important points you made is IP protection of the technology. And any technology which comes out from northeastern region with regard to the plant varieties, germplasm, and I believe that needs to be really protected first before one ventures into the commercialization licensing. And that is a message which is sent very loudly from your presentation. And the technology to be commercialized through Agro-biodiversity, particularly from the public system, requires a whole lot of criteria to be satisfied, which you mentioned. I think that needs to be taken into account when one thinks of commercializing technology. Because
Can I respond?
yeah.
When we say we need lots of information, it is a document we have provided, kind of 12 points only, and we mainly need the technical description and the scope of that technology, where this technology can be deployed. And from that information, rest of the analysis we do at Agro-biodiversity from our business team, so that we provide that kind of support to the innovators to get into the right kind of market, right kind of potential.
Yeah, so very rightly said, but in the agriculture sector you will find now more of APOs coming in, starters, and so on and so forth. So I think they have very different challenges as compared to bigger players. Agro-Innovate has been working and licensing technology to bigger companies and players. And smaller players are also there.
Also.
And I think we need to really worry about them more than the bigger companies, because they don't understand the technology first of all, and the markets, where they can really sell. And the process, they meet that death valley sooner.
Even the quality.
So the policy also they will understand. So I think a lot of things are there, but for northeastern region, I think this is one. I believe this provided a window for you to come and deliberate, but I think independently, Agro-Innovate should have this kind of workshops in northeast to promote technology commercialization through everything.
Sir, we are ready from Agro-Innovate side to even go for this kind of marketing activities for us, and because we cannot do it without the support of the institutes. Yes.
You can have some workshop here.
Absolutely, sir. I am ready to do that. Right now, I am planning in next month in Kochi for fisheries activities. Similarly, we had done in Kashmir, sir, in CITH last year also, and we had in Pune also. So we are doing this, but Northeast was on my thoughts already.
I think this is essential.
Absolutely,
sir. We are
essential,
discussing
sir.
today
Absolutely.
for the northeastern region.
Definitely.
So anyway, there will be many queries and questions. Anyone, if you would like to ask anything?
And if not here, I am available for the whole day in this. During lunchtime, anytime, I am ready to support and answer whatever you think. And
so with this, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next, Dr. Khalilwal, Dr. Bhattacharya. Anyone, Dr. Khalilwal?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Khalilwal is the director of ICI Rotary Guwahati. He is basically animal scientist. He was here in this institute, ICI Research Complex, and now heading Rotary. So he has done a lot of work on various aspects, of course, related to pigs. I know his work here and elaborate experience in the northeastern region, working here for a long period. And he is going to speak about diversity of the cattle in northeastern India, farmers' issues in conservation and in this valuable trees.
Respected convener and stalwarts of the dais, including Barra Sir, and other directors, other dignitaries, high dignitaries of the dais. This topic is given to already chair as
Mike,
sister.
ये लंबे हैं.
As you aware that the livestock component, the animal component, is very important and integral component of farming system in northeast part of India. If you see in any states, the livestock is a key component of the system. In which the cattle is one of the key species in the northeast region. Is the diversity, since yesterday we are talking about the diversity, agro-biodiversity. The diversity not only in plant, the animal also, there is huge diversity in animals and livestock species. In cattle, you will find different type of diversity because of the different type of agroclimatic condition. You will find in the hot and humid from Assam and Tripura, and mid altitude area of Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland. Then again, if you go to the high altitude like Sikkim, Arunachal, where the cold desert also present. Accordingly, the well adopted the cattle diversity, you will find it, different type of diversity. So before going actual topic, actually I want to show what is the diversity, maybe what diversity so far registered under process of registration. See, one of the diversity in Meghalaya, since I put it in Meghalaya, just institute is Meghalaya. This is a Masilu as registered 2022. This ICAR Research Complex has registered, and this was people locally called Sulum Kasi or Masipana, or the home track. Basically, it is the Kasians and Giantales. But now the spreaded entire Meghalaya, you will find this breed. This breed, this unique feature is very, you can say round shape and short leg, able to play elite terrain, and milk yield I just put it. And the Lakshmi cattle, it's one of the large population in northeast, the Assam. You will find this, basically the home track is upper Assam and central Assam, but it's spreaded the sixth zone of Assam as a sixth zone. So entire zone except the Barak Valley and Hilli zone, this population is very limited. Remaining all zones has distributed this way. This is one of the, I can say, this is one of the smallest cattle in northeast. As you are aware, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister of India have Pongalur cattle. It's a very small breed. It's around 90 centimeter height will come. It's the smallest smallest bovine and cattle. He actually, even you can go for pet animal, he's act as a pet animal. So always Prime Minister with that, many times you have seen that. So this is one of the potential where the Lakshmi cattle is also more or less around 110 centimeter height. If you see that, so weight also is not much. So this is also good potential, like in Kerala, this Vichu cattle. So these are the smallest. You see that I am standing there, how much is the height of the Lakshmi cattle. It's a very small cattle. And really it's a good breed, unique breed in the Assam. And similarly in Mizoram, it's a Jomba locally. Its origin is a Chambai, but you can find it in other surrounding districts too. This is under process of registration. Dr. Pundir sir is here. He knows there are 2-3 under this institute, 2-3 applications under process. So he is there. And similarly, Toto cattle. This is one of the cattle is registered long back in Nagaland, and this is a pale and Kohima is a worm tract. And similarly in the Mathi, it's a Mathi, basically it's a Manipuri cattle. It's a Mathi cattle. You'll find it in Sarasapur, Impal West, Impal East, Sanapati. And this unique features, actually this is actually a fan with dark brown color. This is very light grey, but otherwise it's like the others similar. And the Tripuri cattle, This is under work is going on in the Barapani. So this is under under the project. This is under Tripuri cattle. And the Bolan cattle Arunachal Pradesh. This is although NB AGR knows this is under process and communication. This is actually a very unique type of gem blossom. You will find in the Michika, particularly upper Siang and upper Subansari, where China border. So there is a tribal people rearing this particularly for milk purpose. This is actually breed is very unique, and the very the base of the horn, the forehead is very concave and broader forehead, and the horn is very broader horn. And this is actually short leg, and this is a very unique breed Bolan. This is under process of registration. And another breed in Tawang, the KVK Tawang and NBAGR, also process and registration. That I didn't get the photograph, and that was basically adapted to the cold desert sector. So accordingly, the skin, hair, and everything is adapted to the particular location. And Sri cattle is one of the cattle first registered cattle breed in Northeast India. So Sri cattle, it is one of the unique feature is the milk yield is very excellent, and out of other Northeast states, this is a good milk yield, and the state is conserving state having in the Gangtok, they are having own the farm, breeding farm they are having. Sir, my main topic, what farmers issues, conservation and their uses. Sir, one of the major problem, farmers, when you go to the farmers, why you are not rearing, if you ask everybody knows that why you are not in local cattle, because low milk yield, the economic viability issues. That is why people are dropping. So for that, what I thought of the estimating potentially, sir, basically these cattle are reared in low input production system, or zero input production system, or demand driven production system. So without much production system, actually without much input, it's a zero input production system. So you will give at least 1.5 2 liters milk. But really, what is the potential yield? Because there are a lot of variation in the milk yield. You will find it. Because I put it, I think I showed this slide. There's a very lot of variation in the milk yield. So really, what is the potential yield? So that need to be identified with potential yield with optimum management practices. That has to be estimated, and impact on on-farm resources, effective place on-farm resources. So what is the real economic cost benefit is getting, and product diversification. This another thing, sir. Recently, everyone knows a lot of milk product is coming. Indigenous product have the specialty produce lot of benefits and is coming up. Besides that, you will find a lot of dung, the product from the dung and urine. Sir, I will sell one of the entrepreneur in Delhi. He has made the dung stick for the burning of the crematorium, the bodies, the dead bodies. So Hindus, according to Hindu mythology, if you use dung, it will be good. So accordingly, the one entrepreneur got award actually recently. So he has made the dung stick for the crematorium. Similarly, I find a lot of statues, idols actually in the Lakshmi, Ganeshji, prepared by the dung. And the urine, insecticide, soap was used recently. Soap, although soap, one of the companies developed urine-based soap, insecticide. So there's n number of products, because product diversification really will give the more economic viability of this cattle. And market issue, the problem market issue, as we know that the cattle is the smallholders, and one or two backyard in the one or two cattle in the backyard. So the volume is very important, because business required volume. When you marketing required volume. So without volume is difficult. So the volume, how to enhance volume? For that, what we suggest that social enterprise, like FEC, FEO, farmer association, cooperatives, it's a social enterprise model, it will be a viable model to increase the volume and do the branding and labeling. So branding is a specialty produce. We cannot compete with the normal crossbreed milk. So this produce as specialty produce, then only we can be able to sell better price, then only will be more economically viable. And innovative model, actually sir, in European countries, it is called cattle ranching, used practiced in the beef purpose. Because the beef obtained from the cattle ranching to be very higher price always, because it is grazing in the different type of herbs, as well as puradin sunlight mirata. So vitamin D and a lot of other things, advantages is reported. So why not in cattle also? There is a northeast huge scope for cattle ranching. You will find in the Meghalaya, if you go to Ranipur and that area, it's a huge grazing land. It's a huge land. So that ranching is very, so where the milk quality can be improved. So I think that type of the system, the innovative model is required for the promoting this type of our indigenous and identification of the pure and true breed certification, sir. Because some of the startups in Morigaon, I have seen some of the startups in KVK under that guidance, they have started the indigenous promotion of indigenous milk branding and labeling. The problem is they are facing who will identify what is a true animal, what is how many any certification agencies to certify these are the animals are really true Lakshmi breed or true the indigenous breed. So we have to clearly define this is a true breed and this has to be population has to be identified, certified. Then only the entrepreneur will take properly. I think another, sir, utility loss. Sir, you know, sir, nowadays the agriculture operation by and large use mechanization. Of course, northeast is very, very less mechanization, but even then there is increasing mechanization. So the draft purpose of the animal is reduced. So the indigenous cattle utility is going to be slowly lost. But however, how to enhance the utility of the cattle? So as you know, sir, payment of ecosystem services. So everybody knows the classification, international classification ecosystem services has 4 major services. This is the professional services, supporting services, regulatory services, cultural services. We focus on the professional services where the materialistic things, but non-materialistic things, non-materialistic benefits is not covered in the indigenous cattle. If we see the other services, 3 services, it's more important than indigenous cattle. If you find the supporting services, regulating services, you see the soil microbes, soil fertility, carbon sequestration, and when you graze that, so these all are coming under supporting services. The regulatory services, you see the pollination, microbes, these all are maintained by the ecology. So this, and cultural is one of the key. I think recently one of the paper 2024 sir, one cattle, they have developed cultural service of the cattle ecosystem services. So CS, this actually they have made it to, because in northeast, sir, in cultural service I will tell, sir, in Meghalaya cattle, that these are the bullfighting, those who are in Meghalaya, bullfighting is the Jaintia hills and in the upper Shillong you'll find it. So crores of money is flowing, sir. It's a gambling. It's a bullfighting is a gambling. And now government of Meghalaya wants to not restrictions, guidelines they have to prepare because a lot of other things, because the price will be like 2-3 cars. So that is huge money is flowing. Similarly, there is a pride and the cultural importance. So that has to be converted into the cultural ecosystem services. Then the indigenous animals should be valued, can be enhanced. The availability, accessibility of the superior quality semen. Sir, actually this issue I find in case of Haryana and other places. You will find the cattle semen, indigenous cattle semen, for example, Haryana cattle, Tharparkar. There's different Haryana cattle. That side actually there is available. The indigenous cattle semen is available. But northeast, the semen is not available here. So even there, so that somebody want to promote the farmers want to go for indigenous things. But the availability, accessibility of the superior quality semen is not available, and whether possible to go for farmers doorstep. Farmers doorstep कैसे कर सकते हैं because semen is available नहीं. So that has to be taken care. Farmers always requesting this, sir, हमारे पास गाय है, हम तो indigenous category insemination करना था, but government the crossbreed का jersey है, वो सब क्या है, so हम कैसे करेंगे? So ये question always is putting the farmers are putting this. And sir, grazing land, because sir, partial land feed fodder, it's one of the things where, particularly in Assam, sir, where the flood, because this current year, sir, 4 times the heavy flood in Assam, there is a 20 district has affected in Assam, where the people are facing a lot of problem in the, particularly grazing land is day by day is reducing. So what we need to do for rejuvenation of the grazing land, whether scientific intervention in the regenerating the grazing land, the partial land of the community land, that is also the fodder bank, that system is need to be introduced for this, wherever the fodder for high altitudes are particularly, where the Tawang visited, they are not having fodder, completely dry. So that type of fodder bank really want to conserve the indigenous, we need to go for the fodder bank and aquatic fodder also too, particularly in Assam aquatic fodder, where the water, lot of beal, you will find huge type of water bodies in Assam, that is called beal here. So poor breeding practice concern here, we need certain guidelines, controlled breeding, because some people are not knowing really the pure breed, कौन सा pure breed है, पता नहीं चलता था. So इसलिए कोई भी cross कर देता है. इसलिए the problem आ रहा है inbreeding, genetic depression, and even genetic problem will come. So that has to be taken care. And so the problems are farmers has noted, they mentioned in these issues what I want raising. Others are what institutional interventions required. Maybe mine is only 2 slides, sir. After my just very brief presentation. What institutional intervention is required for the indigenous cattle conservation? The first of all, sir, northeast, although we have already point out some of the cattle, still there are scope to register more number of cattle breeds, even many number of other animal breeds. So characterization, evaluation, documentation, registration. Here, sir, characterization, phenotypic, morphometric characterization, and the evaluation of the potential, even unit traits, even genetic characterization. Genetic characterization not yet so far in registration. Genetic characterization is not required. So not done so far. No, I think some publication, one or two publication in I have seen in NBAGR. But otherwise, genetic characterization need to be detailed documentation required for genetic characterization using microsatellite or a single SNP. So then only you can find the basic diversity and even signature. So I think we need near future. It's very important for the conserve that. So another thing is climate resilient and unit traits. Sir, actually these cattle, as you are aware, this cattle has survived in very adverse agroclimatic condition from new cold region and to the very hot humid condition. What is the anatomical, physiological, and the mechanism of the climate resilient traits? So how this the thermoregulatory mechanism, because it's very unique in the high altitude. The skin and the legs are very short. How they climbing the hilly, 70% of the hilly slope, how they climbing? So the anatomical and physiological mechanism has to be ruled out, the climate resilient traits. And also, sir, even digestion, the poor quality material, how the microbial population, diversities need to be studied very detailed. And the community participatory and partnership model, actually is required here, because participatory, sir, partnership is very important here, sir. Because the share of benefits, the profit sharing model with institution as well as the community, it's a partnership model. So that has to be, then only it will be more successful than the participatory model. And the breed specific livestock census. Sir, actually, if we didn't have India, government of India, livestock census is there, but breed wise livestock census is not available, sir. So if we really recommend breed wise livestock census, we know that which animal, how many number of cattle breed is available in there, then accordingly we can go for conservation settlement. So breed specific census is required. And other things, sir, yesterday chairman of PPB FRA, he told that the story of jackfruit of Karnataka, how the benefit sharing has taken place. But why not in cattle, sir? So cattle has registered under NBAGR is existing. But whether benefit sharing is not possible, why it is not possible? Whether any legal anything is required, but for example, they can go for the association societies. We can make societies. Because most of the pig, for example, sir, Vak Chambal, the pig is only for Garo. That is a very smallest pig breed, and very recently registered under the Barapan Institute. And it's very small breed. It's one of the, you can say, miniature pig in the even in the entire world, you can say. But it's not. We are comparing that or not with other things. But really, that is a unique surplus. But the rest, this will go to the community, sir, Garo community. So that has to be society. That money, why the plant farmers में sharing में है, why not animal में क्यों sharing नहीं है, benefit sharing क्यों farmers का नहीं दे रहा है? Who has to be taken care, sir, this part? Sir, establishment of model breeding farm and commercial farm. Yesterday, ASRP chairman told that when you go for very good demonstration model farms, wherever the commercial crops. Similarly, here why not take institution mechanism to create commercial farms and breeding farms in at least each district. You can make, or maybe in each state, you can make commercial model. With profitable model, there is a breeding farm. You can make it for demonstration of indigenous cattle. Then farmers, then followed by the farmers and entrepreneurs will follow that. So, sir, other things, smaller things like genetic selection by using marker risk selection, SNP, and the 3-tier nuclear system breeding model I suggested. Maybe how much is possible. Initially, you can go for state level, sir, then go for district level, then block level. So 3-tier model, then the system will work very well for this indigenous and AI delivery models for native breeds, because still, as I said, that quality germplasm at farmers doorstep artificial insemination is not there. Yes, Alina is there, why not in Northeast we did that? So that type of system delivery model is required. Community-based semi-captive farming and innovatively variable building of traditional knowledge, because of traditional knowledge of the particularly fodder, because people knows what type of fodder varieties available in the high altitude. So the fodder varieties, different type of fodder varieties, feed varieties, the locally that can be, I think there can be how they are rearing. If you go to the Arunachal Tawang, how the cattle are rearing. So that has been traditional knowledge has been considered. And buyers prospecting of specialty produce and product of the indigenous. Even sir, even during whatever your milk has to be again reanalysis. Any biomolecule is different from others, so that has to be taken. And promotion of entrepreneurship, And value chain, actually sir, value chain, entire value chain has to be end-to-end solution, and value chain has to be, then only this promotion of the indigenous can be promoted. Sir, this is my proposed, what I may be right or wrong. I am not too authority to say that, because all stalwarts like Bujuros are all stalwarts are sitting. But what I is proposed model for the framework model for conservation of the indigenous cattle for the northeast part. So basically, sir, the State Department and the R&D and institution mechanism joined together for the registration, documentation, conservation, and the breeding policy, institute conservation, executive conservation by the research institutes, research organization, and by the state we do nuclear breeding farm creation data pack. And the community levels are required, the on-farm conservation incentives are required, sir, really required, because otherwise the people, because this economically not viable people are only incentives is required for that. So these are the proposed framework model I am just proposing for this. And my conclusion, sir, really I as an animal science person, I really request community and the livestock keepers and institutional support policy makers, everybody has joined together. Then only it is a conservation is possible, sir, in Northeast. So I request everyone join together, make conservation of ecology as conservation of indigenous, farm ecology, and economics and sustainability. So sir, for animals and human beings, we are also part of ecosystem. We are not superior in the ecosystem. We are not ego that we are superior in the ecosystem. Maybe the animals are superior in the ecosystem. We are also part of ecosystem. It has to be maintained in all the ecosystems. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, indigenous breeds of the Northeast, you have described cattle breeds, and several breeds have been already registered, and some of the new ones are coming up. There are challenges. Certainly there are challenges, primarily because they will not be economically viable with regard to their yield. And the interest is declining because of various reasons, and including low yield and marketing issues that you highlighted. Maintaining purity of breed is also important, as you rightly say. There are several institutional requirements, policy requirements, which are required for sustaining and maintaining and sustaining these breeds in the northeastern region. This is a real challenge because individual farmer-specific approach, community-specific approach, and the various other requirements to maintain the breeds, including feed, fodder, AI, and other scientific interventions that you described. I think all these are quite challenging. I think breeds, cattle breeds, even other animal breeds, all included. I think this program should recommend immediate government interventions for conservation of these breeds, and also improvement, availability of semen, as you said, semen banks and AI to happen. So they are all very, very important suggestions that you have made. I think they should go in the form of recommendation. Otherwise, the cattle and other animal breeds of the Northeast may not be sustaining in a shorter period of time, or to talk of longer period, in shorter period of time, given the challenges that you have really described. So thank you very much. I think very, very important points you have highlighted, and hopefully you will find mention. Yeah, recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you. Next presentation is by Dr. Lawrence Singh, Professor, CAU Umiam, Meghalaya. Dr. Lawrence Singh is going to talk about flagging the issues of the farmers for adopting agro-biodiversity in local food systems. So very brief, Dr. Lawrence Singh, we have already crossed the time limit. By this time we will support.
Yeah, very good morning to everybody and the respected chairman and co-chairman and convener on the dais, and all the valuable stalwart persons of the dais and other respected dignitaries. I am myself plant breeders working in the College of Postgraduate Studies, but here I am standing to say something about the farmers' issues in the adoption of agro-biodiversity in the local food system. So, actually, the farmers in the northeastern region, consisting of 8 states, they are already having the diverse food systems since the beginning. But the only thing is that at present, the diversity in the food system is getting eroded, or it is less. Everybody knows that from yesterday onwards, everybody is presenting about agro-biodiversity and its importance. I am not going to say in detail about this. Agro-biodiversity, I want to say that it is the vital subset of the biodiversity. And it is the result of the natural selections and human interventions, mostly the farmers, herders, and fishers over many years. So people to be the biodiversity, their livelihood will be improved, and this biodiversity includes harvested plants, animals, and non-harvested supported like soil microbiota and non-harvested ecosystems which promote this biodiversity. So everybody knows that northeastern region occupies only 8% of the country's overall area, and everybody knows that biodiversity, agro-biodiversity is especially related with the forest area. So the forest area which is untouched by the human being. So there the plants, different kinds and the diverse systems, they persist there. So here I am just highlighting the forest coverage portions. Wherever the plain area is more, the forest coverage is less. And the Arunachal Pradesh is highest, and the other 3 states, Manipur, Meghalaya and Mizoram, they are having more or less same with the geographical area, and Sikkim and Tripura is less. And this is the flowering plants in terms of species richness. Different states is having, Arunachal Pradesh is having more or less 5,000, Sikkim 4,500, like that Meghalaya 3,500, and Tripura 1,600. And these are the diversities of related to agro-biodiversity contributed in the form of the crops and as compared to the country. And we are having in cereal 16 out of 60, legumes 6 out of 33, and everybody has already mentioned, and near about 6,000 land races of the rice out of 12,000, and citrus 17 out of 37, and bamboo 63 out of 36, and orchids 600 out of 1,300. And here the important is, as the agro-biodiversity is losing from this particular area, the local food systems is also having lesser in the biodiverse food. So this is correlated. So local food systems means it includes all the processes from productions to processing, consumption, and access, market access, and food access, and then consumption, and then even disposal also. So in these local food systems, there are many benefits of the local food systems. Local food system can keep money circulating within the local economies, and an increasing demand of the local products may spark for the job creation, and food produced locally is often fresher and resulting in higher nutritional value. Additionally, in the event of the foodborne illness or any contaminated food, we can easily track it because it is a local food system. So local food systems has got all these components as I have mentioned, and traditional food systems of Manipur state. I want to highlight here only 3 states, but every state is having their different diverse type of the food system traditionally. So in Manipur, we are having so many kinds of traditional preparations like iromba, samput, kangsoi, hawaisar, soibum, ngari, pangnam, and so on. And even alcoholic beverages were made of the local rice, that is specially called as yu. So that is also very important, and the very demand is there. And people in Manipur have a tendency for eating a variety of leafy vegetables. For example, so we have one preparation that is called as singju. In that singju, there are more than 10, 15 plants, different kind of 10, 15 plants, and other products are there. So this is very healthy, and it is very popular to Manipuri community also. And this is a pictorial representation of the different food items. And the right one is having the kili chana, that is very famous, and evening boys and girls and everybody have to take this one. And traditional food system in Mizoram also, like in Manipur, there are also different types of the traditional food systems. And there they have incorporated many diverse crop plants. And this is a pictorial representations of their items, boils, fish, and pulses. And the traditional food systems of Meghalaya, just like Manipur and Mizoram, Meghalaya is also very rich in different types of traditional food systems, and they have meat-based food systems also. And this is a representative picture of the different types of the food systems. So these particular food systems have got the supply from their own kitchen gardens or home gardens, what we make. This home garden or kitchen garden is very peculiar in the rural areas. We will find so many different types of the plant species growing together in a small piece of land. And from there, they are getting their daily requirement of the foods, as well as even the surplus one they used to sell in the local markets. So this is a pictorial representation of the kitchen garden cultivated by one of the farmers in these small dwelling areas. And this is the economy which are coming from the kitchen garden or home gardens. In the last financial year 2021, they have contributed 154 million rupees. And the kitchen garden from Mizoram state also, and they have 41.2 million rupees in financial year 2021. It is slightly increased from the previous year. And in kitchen garden of the Meghalaya also, this is a pictorial representation, and they have contributed 57.4 million rupees in financial year 2021, a bit lesser than the previous, and this is an alarming. And the advantages of agro-biodiversity, everybody knows that it is the source of our food, and it is the source of our health protections, and it is the source of our income. The only thing is that agro-biodiversity is losing, and the food system is also changing. There is correlated. The food pattern nowadays it is changing because of the times factors, because of the busy schedules of every person, and all the household in the urban area, they are all working people, so there is no time to prepare all such things, and the availability of these plants is also not near to them. And even in the rural area also, every farmers are practicing these home gardens, kitchen gardens, and adopting all different kinds of the plant species. But the only thing is that they could not sell that one in premium price, because every farmers are practicing that one, so there is no place to sell that one. That market issue discourages them to grow all those things except for their consumption. And this is the, if I want to flag some issues about the local communities or farmers, in this case, though there is many leads like lack of knowledge and awareness, climate change and environmental pressure, limitation of the market, policy and institutional barriers, encroachment, forest fires, introduction to exotic genetic resources and immigration, and seed planting materials availability, socio-economic limitation, cultural and traditional factors, land tenure issues. Although these are listed issues, but the main issues here for not adopting the agro-biodiversity at this present day, because agro-biodiversity in their food system is traditionally already there, but the thing is that it is losing, it is going out of their hand. by knowingly or unknowingly. So this is the main few issues. That is, there are 4 issues in my opinion. One is your lack of awareness about this agro-biodiversity to the farmers and even to the consumers, to the youth which are coming up right now for the next generations. This is the awareness lacking. And one is lack of seed or planting materials for those diverse crop plant species. Nobody is handling about that except some conservation, ex situ conservation, in situ conservation from the government support we are having. But there is no place where we can get all these important plants, seeds, if we want to propagate, if we want to extend these things to others, farmers or locality. And then another one is market issues. Market issues is very complicated things. So the farmers who are growing their agro-diverse plants, they have no market to sell it, except in their local area. Some persons may be sold, but there is no specific market. And even those who are staying in the urban areas, if they want to have this agro-diverse foods and plants, they don't have market for this, where from it will be bought and used. And this market, if market is not there, farmers is automatically discouraged. They will go for some other time crops like rice and maize and other food crops, where heavily it can be marketed. So this awareness lacking and market issues. And then one more thing is that unavailability of the seeds and planting material. And one more is that the institutional support, government policies and institutional support is very much required to reintroduce this agro-biodiversity in our food systems, which were already with us long before, but now it is losing. So to set this one, these 4 issues we have to taken care of from the government and institutional side also, and from the persons who are doing for the awareness programs also. We need awareness program, as mentioned by the earlier speaker. Awareness is required not only for the farmers, awareness is required for the consumer also. If the demand comes, the produce can be done. If there is no demand, no produce will be done. So it is interrelated link up. So we have to make this awareness properly across the sections of the society, and we have to give some support systems for those who are growing these agro-diverse crops, monetary support, encouragement support, or providing their marketing facilities and leading them and hand-holding them. So these things, if we do, and we can keep our agro-diverse crop with us, in our community and rural community. So because all these important traditional plants, who are the conserver, who are the preserver? The farmers, those who are growing every year, every season. If plant is not grown one year, if it is not conserved in ex situ conditions, we cannot find this plant next year. So people and the government policy are pushing for the high yielding varieties. So people are going towards that one, and they are neglecting their very, very important plant species. So this is what I want to keep in front of this August gathering. Thank you, sir.
Very good, excellent, I would say. Dr. Naren Singh, you have flagged a very important point that local food system is important, and for nutrition, for food security, but the food habits are changing simultaneously. Unless there is awareness, will not be able to really sustain this. Is very important point. But then, if you want to, promote agro-biodiversity based your home gardens, kitchen gardens, or otherwise farming, then obviously consumers have to accept and then consume. Without demand, obviously there would not be any production. And if there is production, there is no demand, obviously farmers will be at loss. So it's a very complex issue, but certainly the kind of recommendations that you have given, the suggestions that you have given are very, very important. And unless we have good quality seed and planting material available, so the local food systems cannot be sustained. And how do we really make those available? And the market, the price of the local produce, unless there is appropriate pricing mechanism. So obviously markets are not there for sale, and the farmers are not going to get returns. And another important point that you have highlighted. Several points you have highlighted. I think the message is that awareness through public systems, KVKs, and government mechanisms, whatever available. So I think that would be essential for promoting local food systems and through whatever means, and availability of markets, availability of seeds and planting material would be important for agro-biodiversity based local food system, providing food and nutrition security in the Northeast. And this is a message that you have given. I think that should be a key recommendation. Thank you very much. So now it is 12 o'clock, so I don't know if you wish we can break for tea and then come back for 2 more presentations. I knew now that Dr. Rohan to continue to have the next 2 presentations and then conclude the session. So with these words, I profusely thank Dr. Puroda and others, organizers, for giving us this opportunity to be here. And so much to learn actually. If you sit in Delhi or other places, one would not realize the challenges here. The local breeds, how to really conserve them. It's okay to register. Even if you register, unless there is a mechanism, a kind of system to support them, they will vanish in a few years' time. Who is there? I mean, insemination using Holstein semen or Jersey semen, they will all, create admissions. So local breeds will vanish. And similarly, the food system. Who is going to support this local food system unless there are seeds, planting materials, markets, and the old food habits retained? So who is going to give it? So they will all vanish. So the agro-biodiversity is in serious danger. I think this is a message which is very rightly conveyed from these presentations. And we need to really take note. So I request Dr. Of course you will give your remarks at the end, and please thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much. Since you have to leave to catch your flight, we would like to take this opportunity to profusely thank you to not only co-chair this session but provide the entire support that you have done for the conference. So may I request Dr. Puroda to kindly come on stage.
I have been given Kamcha, I have been given everything, so thank you very much.
Dr. Agarwal रह गए हैं. May I request, sir, because you are also a very generous sponsor, we would like to take this moment to acknowledge that. So if Dr. Puroda, sir, and we can have for providing this, convening this session and providing this information to conference. We also would like to thank Dr. Mahapatra once again, sir. Please allow us.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And sir, we would also like to acknowledge your sponsorship with a small token of appreciation from ISPGR. Just bring the momentum. More to the conference. After this, sir. onwards, and we'll take a 30-minute tea break. Thank you very much.
MVPs, major issue faced by the farmer, solution undertaken by the CSIR list, Jorad, and success story to the farmers. Yeah. As introductions, everybody discuss about the Northeast India. Everybody knows we have the Northeast India lose 50% of biodiversity of country regarding the plant species are available in our regions. Everybody knows the 8 different states in the regions. These are the some photographs. According to the Northeast India, we have the Arunachal, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, and Mizoram. Different number of species are available as per the recent report by Datta et al. These are the 500 species, 952 species in Assam, Manipur maximum, Meghalaya 834, Sikkim 420, Nagaland 650, Tripura 892, Mizoram 640 species. And some of the major issues faced by the farmers, since this is the my presentations, main focus, what is the main issue for the medicinal? Plant is not a rice and wheat, because medicinal and aromatic plant is very different from the other crop, rice and wheat and other crops. Because one rice, if you plant in the rice, you can harvest in the rice, you can put the 6 month, 8 month, everybody can be buying. But in medicinal and aromatic plant is very difficult. It's almost are a perishable item, particularly in medicinal plant. Aromatic there is no issue. Aromatic anyone can purchase. In medicinal, because we have the high humidity regions. In the 9 months we are getting more than 90% humidity. Our crop is failure. Our harvest is losses is then more than 1 month if we are put our crop in our godown, almost spoil crop. We have lot of issue with the farmers. Lack of adequate infrastructure and technology. We don't have the adequate infrastructure and storage capacity in our regions. Lack of proper market chain. Aromatic crop market is very aromatic oil market is almost stable. But regarding the medicinal plant, there is a huge problem. Sometimes this year the Camphilia galanga cost is more than 1,000 rupees. Last year it was around 200, 250 to 300. Our farmers, they are cultivating more than 20 tons in our Arunachal Pradesh. But this year the company asked more than 100 MT they requires, but we don't have too much. This medicinal market is very different, unstable market, because we don't have the MSP also. Climatic instability is also sometimes it's very difficult to terrain region, hilly region, because one theme role in medicinal plants, if high elevated, the value of medicinal plant is high. In general theme, if we are planting in like Jorhat in 100, mean sea level is low quality and medicinal. If you are going some part of Arunachal Pradesh, then more than 1,000 or 1,500 MSL, the quality of medicinal plant is very high, is rare plants. Lack of research and development. Although we have an institute in India as well in throughout world, we don't have too much scientific research organization who can do cultivate and evaluate and development of high yielding varieties and all package of practice of good quality medicinal plants. Non-availability of QPM and good agriculture practices. We don't have too much good agriculture practices. It must be a region specific practices. Lack of irrigation facility. Although Northeast India is highest rainfall region, but I can say we don't have too much irrigation facilities. From October 18 to 20, I think we will get rain again in the month of March and April. These 6 months, 5 months, huge dry region is there. So many crops we can grow. Our kharif crops we can plant in this time. We have given so many like chamomile. Last 2-3 years we have introduced chamomile in different region. But 1 or 2 irrigation if we give in the chamomiles, very good return we are getting. Yes, some of solutions, use of improved varieties, awareness come training program regarding the medicinal and aromatic plant, because farmers are very closely approaches, they are not very well awareness about the medicinal. Some of region specific name is there. Sometimes Chirata is telling, Chirata is basically Svetya Chirata. But in Assam, our Endographis paniculata called as a Chirata. It's very difficult. Yeah, that is the main issue with the farmer. It's like if you are going for Manipur, Manipur, lemongrass they are telling to citronola. Assam is totally different. Once upon a time I visited in Manipur, they give me a tea of Java citronola. मैंने कहा ये तो क्या है जावा सिट्रोनोला? नहीं सर, दिस इज द लेमन ग्रास टी. मैंने कहा नहीं, इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. मेरे को प्लांट दिखाइए. फिर पता चला कि इट वाज ए सिट्रोनोला. मैंने कहा आप इसको नहीं सेल कीजिए, आप इसको मार्केट से उठाइए. दिस टाइप ऑफ प्रॉब्लम इज देयर विद द इंडस्ट्री आल्सो. एंड quality planting material again a very big issue in the all our regions. Quality equipments like earlier we are distillation unit, although northeast India you will surprise we have the 450 essential oil distillation unit from long back, but at present once upon a time last year we did a survey, around 190 essential oil distillation unit are working in this region, sir. We are India as production essential oil 30 to 40% in this region we are growing. Only citronola we are producing 80% of the production, around 350 MT citronola. We are producing more than 250 MT in this region only. Yeah. A use of AI based agriculture mechanism could be useful. Climate resilient varieties, high value low volume products. Like if we are going for Mizoram, if you are giving the lemongrass citronola, they will ask for transportation cost is very high. But if you are bring like oil and other high value crops, it will be very good, because taxis and others transportation cost is very high. Some 100 kg materials come from the Tawang, they are asking for 20,000 up to Tezpur. That is it, per kg cost is very high. Yeah, some of high value medicinal plants like camomiles and Camphilia galanga, haldi, as well as Homolomena aromatica, initiative by some of very high value and low volume crop and more profitable crop identified by our institutes. We are working on this crop: lemongrass, pacholi, Solanum khasianum, Java citronola, Camphilia galanga, Camphilia parviflora, Acorus clemens, stevia, Curcuma cassia, chamomile, chlorhodendron clusina, ginger, Homolomena, Curcuma longa, Curcuma jadoria, as well as Bixa orellina. We are working in CSIR niche Jorat. Yeah, these are the two major crops, lemongrass and citronola. In lemongrass, we are producing more than 40% of the Indian production. In citronola, we are producing 70 to 80% in these regions. We have developed two very high yielding varieties that earlier all our essential oil crop, mostly oil are giving only point, but we are developing a very high yielding variety that given 1.2, 1.3%. More than one is very difficult to any essential oil crops. Another crop, Pogostomon cavalier, is like a pacholi. Pacholi, we are importing 200 MT pacholi from the Indonesia. Government is very keen for the production of pacholi, because pacholi we cannot grow in other dry regions and as well as other regions of India, because it needs some steady or less than 34-degree temperature. It is very suitable. We are growing more than 125 hectare area in this region last 2 years. And Camphilia parviflora, this region is belong from Camphilia parviflora, although is name called as a Thai ginseng. Camphilia rotunda, everybody knows Camphilia rotunda is main ingredient of Chyawanprash, but is not available in anywhere. It is available in Meghalaya and Arunachal Pradesh, some parts. Curcuma longa, everybody knows Curcuma longa is, we have the very biggest gene bank of Curcuma longa, more than 500 different accessions we have in our farm. And Curcuma cassia kala haldi, long back, 5 year back, it was more than 10,000 rupees per kg. We have distributed large number of farmers. Everybody, Punjab, Haryana, everybody they are cultivating of Curcuma cassia. This year price is 100 rupees per kg only. Everybody they are production of Curcuma cassia. In Meghalaya government they have procured 20 ton. But they have given to the farmers. Now everywhere there is a Curcuma cassia. The price is gone down 100 rupees per kg. And another crop, ginger, everybody knows. Gingiber jurumbet also is very wide. We have the very big germplasm. We have identified one of high yielding variety that giving more than 1%. Its oil is around 50 to 70 MT is required. But some of wild cultivation they are extracting from the wild. Capsicum Chinesis, Bhujolkia, we are working. We have identified 2 elite lines that giving more than 3.5% capsaicin content. Solanum khasianum, one of industry from Bangalore, we have identified one of solasodin rich lines. They are cultivating in Tripura, around 20-25 hectares. Every year they are cultivating and they are taking from there around 650 to 700 rupees per kg. Berries. Homolamina aromatica, Sugandh Mantri, it means the price of oil is more than 40,000 rupees per kg. And we have, our National Medicinal Plant Board has given a mandate, you survive this species, since it is an endangered species, everywhere from the wild, they have extracted from the wild. Nobody will regeneration, nobody give the planting materials. In last 2 years, we are giving more than 20 lakhs planting materials to the different farmers groups, KVKs and others. It's also a seed-loving plants. And we are working on Acorus calamus, bos, chlorhodendron, Bixa aurelina, cannabis also. Yeah, some plantation and conservation of some MAP at our experimental farm, Congress Roman Cabeline, we have 83 accessions, Simbopogon, Vitanenis, Java citronella 92, Acarus 230, Solanum khasianum 286, Camphilia galanga, its Hindi name is Chandarmul, we have 143, Homolomena aromatica. We are collecting all our regions, we have the very big team, around 20-25 students and others person with me. We are cultivating huge germplasm from the wild as well as sources. Simbopogon, we have the biggest gene bank of lemongrass. You name any product, we have and we have transferred all the material to the industries as well as farmer groups. Capsicum chinesis, curcuma longa, we have the 429 accessions. Amphelia parviflora also. And hibiscus, gingiber officinale, curcuma cassia, curcuma jadonia, impatiens, or arrowroot, Alpinia galanga, as well as Bixa aurelina. You can see the number of germplasm, all photos from my experimental farm. Some varieties developed by our niche Jorhat, I will not go to details. These are the two major varieties from lemongrass and citronella. That's majority cultivated by the throughout Northeast India. Our citronella variety is giving more than 1.2% essential oil, or around in 1 hectare, so 25 to 30 tons harvest yield we are getting. This variety is giving the high quality essential oil. High quality essential oil citronella is called is more than 30% citronellal content. As per PSI, it should be high quality oil. And this is the another variety, Jorlab P1, maximum cultivating in this region, these varieties. Yeah, another variety is Camphilia galanga. The oil is more than 2.3% essential oil in dry. Camphilia galanga is Hindi name is Chandarmul. I already told so many farmers group they are cultivating nowadays. This is also an endangered species. Another variety, this is the high rhizome yield variety. Earlier the K1 is the high essential oil rich variety. Another lemongrass, Jorlab L8 is mainly citral rich variety. Jorlab L9 is, you take any name in the lemongrass, we have the varieties. We have transferred to the industries. Like Jorlab L9 is methylagenol, that 70% methylagenol in the essential oil. Jorlab L10 is the almicin rich lemongrass, that 65 to 70% almicins. Jorlab L11 is content myrcene and methylisobutanol. Jorlab L14 is rich in essential oil. Jorlab L15 is rich in geraniol. Because in these regions we don't cultivate the Pamarosa. This is the substitute of Pamarosa that contains more than 90% geraniol in lemongrass. These are the some other germplasm registered by us. These are germplasm registered by us. These are the sum of diversities at our experimental farm. Now, last 3-4 years, our Dr. Barik sir is here. He has started floriculture missions. We are lucky enough that Dr. Sahab has started. We are working on last 3-4 years on floriculture crops. These are the sum of our crops, floriculture as well as our medicinal plants. And you can see the one of chamomile is very good crop for growing in these regions. Chamomile, everybody we are taking a tea, a chamomile, one pouch rupees, 8 rupees. But we are cultivating, last year we are cultivating more than 100 hectares in this region. Very good crop as compared to other regions of India. This is highly innovative crops. Only 3 months crop you will get more than 60 to 70,000 rupees per within 3 months in 1 hectare area. Within 2 or 3 irrigation is required. I will show you some photographs commercial cultivation. Yeah, I will not go to. These are the some of pictures we are distributing our quality planting materials to the farmers. Yeah. This is the some commercial cultivation. You see the crops in different regions of and in India. These are the some commercial cultivations. This is the chamomile crop. You see the chamomile. This region is growing. This field is one farmers. There is a one farmer group, Asomi Foundation. They are cultivating more than 20 hectares area of chamomile. He is selling in one party in Guwahati. In generally, chamomile dry flower cost is 400 to 500. He is selling 1100 rupees per kg because they are importing from the Bulgaria. That is why we are giving to the materials. And some of promotion of medicinal, we are closely working with the state governments like CM office and others, Chief Secretary's office by the aroma missions and other floriculture missions. These are the some photographs. Yeah, these are the some photographs. These are the some photographs. Apart from this, we are closely working with the farmers with the awareness and training program. So far, I have conducted more than 180 number of training programs in different, more than 10,000 persons. We are closely related and give that awareness and training program on MAP cultivations. These are the some photographs. And apart from this, we are all our germplasm as well as variety. We are registered variety with the NBPGR. We called as a germplasm registration. These are given to the industries. So far, we are giving to 58 different industries. We are earning more than 3 crore rupees from these industries. Yeah. These are the agreement, licensing agreements. These are the some name of the companies, photographs. Apart from this, we are giving the distillation unit under aroma missions. Earlier, I told that more than 450 essential oil distillation unit. At present is working more than 160 distillation unit. I am giving 39 distillation unit to the free of cost to the farmers. Self-help group. They are very big contribution to the nation. And success story of we are working in the closely last 4 years. We are working with the Myanmar borders with the RB. We are giving to the now you know the Manipur conflict. We are cultivating the opium cultivation. We are giving through with the army. We are giving the planting materials to the army. Army has given to the farmers as a alternate crops to the opium. We are working with the Assam Rifles. Some of our farmers are getting the prize. Some of success story. We are working with the army with Tawang area as well as Misamari. And we are providing more than 10,000 medicinal plants, and they are giving in a one unit name. They are giving a one. This unit is Aquilaria, this unit is Saraka Asoka, and different medicinal plants they are giving because one unit they are giving more than 1,500 plants. They are giving the unit name is a medicinal plant. Although they are giving a name of one unit in my name, that I request don't give my name. You give the medicinal plant name. Yeah, Misamari is mountain division. They are looking after all the Tawang region up to Tato. They are guarding the boundary wall of the Tawang. These are the some success stories of our farmers groups, Rune farmer, Taki Laleng farmer groups, Pasim Bango farmer societies. We are the some of women enterprises in different regions. We are closely working with the Arunachal governments because they are giving our funding in some of our projects for aromatic crops. These are the built by the Honorable Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
I'm very impressed by your presentation, the work which you are doing, and you have flagged issues as well as the successes which you have made. What has impressed me more is that you have already got most of these materials registered.
Yes, sir.
That's another good thing. Now, some variety you can also think of registration with the PPV Apare.
Yes,
because that's another area. You can. I have also to share with you that you said you are primarily working on cultivated. You are talking about cultivated medicinal plants.
Yes, sir. Mainly commercial.
Commercial. Yeah. You have also to look into that many of the medicinal plants are collected from wild.
Yes, sir. Mostly.
Now there the emphasis for sustainable harvesting.
Yes, sir. This is the main issue, sir.
Has to be worked out.
Yes, sir.
And that has to awareness has to be generated. Otherwise, many species have reached the endangered status, as you have indicated in one of the cases.
Yeah.
So I think this is a very important area. And, your networking with other institutions is also
Yes,
very
yes.
impressive. And you have a good contingent of people here. I was just talking to them. So you have good stance and good work.
Thank you.
एक अपने नाम पर भी कर लेना घाटी पूरी।
So architect, उन्होंने बोला सब that
अच्छा है, that speaks good.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Quite different and very interesting. It is by Sunil Archer, who is very senior person in National Bureau of Non-Genetic Resources. We will speak on DSI, Digital Sequence Information. What are the prospects? What are the problems? And I'm sure for many of the people, especially the young generation, it will be very informative talk, and they can also initiate some research work in this area. This is a barren area requiring a lot of attention, lot of research, and we have a lot of skills. So,
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Namaskar. I'm very pleased, it's an honor to be standing here and making this presentation. The topic is digital sequence information and covering prospects and problems. As the chairperson has already mentioned, this is a little bit different from a number of presentations that you have seen. However, this particular topic is being deliberated globally, and it's very important for the policy regime nationally, and its effect and its impact will be heavily there locally, which is why it is very important for all of us to just deliberate a little bit, understand on this. I'll start with the status. Although this particular topic, digital sequence information, which is also known as genetic sequence data, has been deliberated in international fora, multiple fora, since many years now, maybe almost 10 years now. We do not have a finalized, agreed definition for DSI. We do not have a definition. Although the scope of DSI, digital sequence information, right now more or less includes DNA and RNA for sure, DNA for 100%, DNA and RNA for sure. It also might include proteins, but it also might include metabolites. And why I am insisting on metabolites in this forum is that metabolites is, this particular area is going to become very, very important, much more important than in DNA. The profiling of metabolites of the native germplasm is going to become more important than anything else in the future 10 years. So it's very important for all of us to understand and start working on that little bit in advance, so that we preempt any effect of these global, let's say, restrictions on us. But what is more important is for all these things, DSI, the source is genetic resource. So everything comes from genetic resource. Now, why people have started discussing about DSI and it has become part of the global deliberations? Because there has been an explosive growth of DSI. When I say DSI, you can understand it as sequences that are being submitted to global databases. There has been an explosive growth. I'll just show you a graph on that. And the second most important thing is all these data. When I say all these data, the sequences that have been derived from the genetic resources that are belonging to, let us say, Northeast area, which have been submitted now to NCBI databases that are holding these sequences, which are located in, let's say, in USA, or they are located in EMBL, or let us they are located in DDBJ Japan. There are available sequences there. They are all available free to everybody else. Anybody else can make use of those sequences for their research, development, and commercialization whenever they reach that stage. So there is open access. And the third one is that have we reached a stage in, let's say, in plants, I am mentioning here, where they are actually, let's say, impactful in terms of technologies? Yes, they are already. We have gene-edited crops. Gene-edited crops are direct impact of using DSI from various sources, analyzed and then finalized. So this is how. So the sequence that are being deposited in the gene bank, when I say gene bank, the global databases are explosive. They are doubling every 2 years. For example, sir, I'll just give one quick example. We had a stall there in which they mentioned that there has been a resequencing of Mithun species by our institute here. The original sequencing was done by Chinese, and we have done resequencing. The original single sequence will have no impact. Nobody will be benefited from one sequence. Whereas the resequencing of multiple individuals from India will be of extreme importance, but we have put it in the public database. So we have to think about it, whether you want to share quickly or whether you want to make use of something or put some restrictions, or it's up to you. I'm just putting this in before you. Okay. Far before we started using the word DSI, we have already been using, the researchers have been using this particular, let's say, material, dematerialized use of genetic resources, much before we defined. And these are sequences. For example, where they were used, let's say in case of gene bank pool of PGRFA, I'm giving this example only for plant genetic resource in food and agriculture. This applies to all genetic resources. For example, if we want to work on the diversity that we have in our gene bank, in our on-farm conservation status, in our field gene banks, so we can use markers, and people have been using markers since decades. And then if you want to work with pre-breeding material, identify the superior ones, people have been using jivas, people have been using trait identification. For trait identification, people have been using SMP markers. On the right side top, we are for breeding pool of PGRFA, we use again for selection identified specific markers. Or at the bottom, when it goes to seed systems, if it is local seed systems, also people use this. If it is, let's say, defined seed systems, where people use markers for seed purity. So people have already been using markers, let's say DNA markers in this area. Okay, it's nothing new for that purpose. At the other extreme, we have these gene-edited crops. I think all of you are aware about these gene-edited crops can be released in India now. SDN1 and SDN2 gene-edited crops can be released for cultivation in India, can be imported and released in India for cultivation. I am sure all of you are aware of that. That means the gene editing process that has taken place, let's say in some other country, making use of the sequences that are present in some other country, can be popularized, can be commercialized and earn money. So this is the reality. I am not telling something which is hypothetical. As I mentioned, the huge amount of DNA sequence data we are uploading, all of us, many of us are publishing papers, uploading data. Where is that going? Who is making use of that data? We are not doing that data, we are not going back to our data that has been uploaded. We are not going back to the PhD data that you have generated, no. But others are doing that. This year's Nobel Prize that has been given in this area, you must have seen that, Baker's Lab and other people. One is 39-year-old, one is 49-year-old, and one is 69-year-old. These people, the game making people, they have now formalized this particular let's say software, which generates protein structures in no time. And the same software also generates structures which you want to design. How do you want to make use of that? Everything based on the data which you have uploaded. And that data you have got it from the material from these local people, this maintained here. So just we have to be aware of what is happening globally. Okay. Is it that we are discussing about digital sequence information only in case of plants? No. Digital sequence information has become a burning issue in all global fora of the United Nations. It is being discussed in Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. That means animals, fish, everything. All genetic resources are included. People are discussing about that, how to work on that. It is being discussed in World Health Organization. They do not have yet a treaty. They are trying to sign a multilateral treaty which is called as PABS, that is Pathogen Access and Benefit Sharing System. They are working on that. You should understand that the people who are affected are from, let's say, developing country, let's say from India. Pathogens are from India. Working is done somewhere else. Then the clinical trials are held in India. Then the vaccine or some other product is going to be released in India, and you are all going to pay for that. This is how access and benefit sharing becomes important. All the knowledge is taken from here, local sources. Some product is made elsewhere, and then you yourself is buying. The sources are paying for that. This is what is very important. Not that something serious or alarming, but we have to wake up. That's it. That's the point. It's also being discussed in Convention on Biological Diversity, where the COP16 is right now going on. I think today night, the session is on DSI. So they are discussing on that, how multilateral system will work in there. Okay. Which is why PGRFA governance becomes important, and some of us seniors sitting here are sometimes concerned, because we found that earlier, when the material was easily accessible to everybody, research was easy, research and development was easy. But when we started bringing out these new instruments, global instruments, then the access became difficult. Are we making it more difficult? So it is very important that we understand this point. Now, yesterday you heard that globally we are all interdependent, and foreign crops make 69% of the country food supplies and farm production. Fine. So if already they have all these things with individual countries, then are we still interdependent? Whether this interdependence is going to continue or not, it is going to continue. All the developed countries are now looking at the in situ conserved material, not the ex situ conserved material. In situ conserved material, particularly on crop wide relatives in case of plants. Okay, this is a little bit interesting. Like yesterday, everybody mentioned this PGR as a common heritage of mankind, and after the CBD was signed, and then it became sovereign rights of the countries. And then we had another treaty within that, a specific treaty to cover the plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, because agro-biodiversity has a special status within the total diversity. And within treaty, we have a multilateral system of 64 species in which we can access. Okay. Now, what is the status in DSI? So on the right side, you can see here, it is little bit different. It's entirely different. On the left side, you have something, the series is for the tangible material, the diversity. On the right side, in the box there, you have what is the status in case of intangible, that is sequences. In case of DSI, as on today, it is treated as the heritage of mankind. That means there are no rules. Everybody can access, it is open access, everybody can access, share, use, commercially use, do whatever you want, no problem. So it is right now being used as common heritage of mankind. So what is being deliberated then? It is deliberated in treaty, where we have only plant genetic resources, being deliberated there, as it was deliberated in case of genetic resources in CBD. That means ABS, access and benefit sharing mechanism. And conversely, in plant treaty, in CBD, they are working on an MLS system. So you can see that how people are getting trapped or confused in different kinds of regimes, that what to do, what not to do. So this is some important parts. Globally, there has been decoupling of conservation and supply from benefit sharing in the multilateral system. This has happened all the time. That means the countries, let's say we have our gene bank, and then we share our material in the MLS, but the maintenance of the gene bank and the everything, all the cost is to be borne by the country. This India still, to some extent, is managing all the time. But to small countries, it has become very impossible. So that means this decoupling part has become impossible. And this continues now. That is, who foots the bill? Which is why all these issues have come up. Who foots the bill? For example, in case of gene bank, users do not pay for the management of the gene bank. It is there, it is part of the multilateral system, they are accessing, and then after accessing, there is R&D and then commercial product, etc. Even in case of DSI, that is the databases, they are open now. That is INSDC. When I say INSDC, it is GenBank, DDBJ, all these databases. And then users are, it is open access. Who pays? Who pays for these things? So if, let us say, tomorrow these databases say that no, we are not going to give you free access, you have no locus standi to stop that, because that is located elsewhere. You have nothing. We have no stance on that. Which is why these global instruments are working on that, that this open access for research and development should not be hampered any time. Okay.
So far whatever I have mentioned about DSI, if you have not heard, no problem, but I just request all of your attention right now. Sir, since yesterday and today, everybody was mentioning about the importance of local material and their documentation. So documentation is extremely important, but correct documentation is very important. If there is incorrect documentation, or if it is in public domain with incorrect metadata, it boomerangs on the country. For example, you can see the last part here. Now, any sequence you submit in international databases, it is compulsory from this year end to submit the metadata. That means from which location you have collected, from in which year you have collected. This is because of the global instruments working with these databases. So all of us are working with these databases saying that this must be part of the data. So which helps everybody now. If somebody makes use, in case you want to go back to the source, it is already mentioned available in the database. Now, when this is, people are working in this in with the global databases, when you publish your research papers, when you publish your books without a national identity, then it is complete injustice to our own system. Sir, you have been mentioning since yesterday that all these, whatever research has been being done, it has to have a common identity. Otherwise, how do you track this? Where do you track this? So, mentioning a gene bank identity IC number is not NBPGR number. It is not ICR number. It is national identity. So, whether you are working in ICR and SAU or CSIR, DRDO, wherever you are working, it is very essential on our part to maintain this national identity continuously from access stage to the end stage, without which we will lose this ownership when it goes to the international arena. So it is very, very essential. In all our publications, in all our books, whenever you submissions, please maintain this number, which will help us own this part. Okay. So there are some publications which is, I think Parod also shared and others are sharing that one, sir. Whether are we going to implement this from tomorrow, or is this going to become a hurdle for accessing or kind of thing? It is not so. In all the instruments, wherever we are discussing this one, sir, that the payment is, the trigger point is never an access. That means access is never trigger point for the payment. For example, if you want to access sequences that are already available, which are very important for all of us, nobody needs to pay. Access is not hurdle. It is free. Even now or even after all these instruments are signed and ratified, access is going to be free. It's not a trigger point for payment. Trigger point comes only when there is commercialization. Only when there is commercialization, and we have lots of details for what level of commercialization, who does that, etc. So we need not worry about whether this kind of signing of new instruments or new methodologies are going to hurt us. No, they are not going to hurt us. So what is our role vis-a-vis DSI? So DSI on its own, digital sequence information or any sequence on its own is useless. It has no value. The sequence information along with the phenotype, sequence information along with specific phenotypes such as chemical phenotype or metabolite profiles, or let's say indigenous knowledge or spatial information, all these things are very, very essential, without which we will not be able to make use of the DSI. What is the message from that? The message from that is, again, same thing. Whenever we are publishing our data, it is very essential that we mention the source, because the indigenous knowledge and spatial information is very important to be tagged along with that. Please mention the source, please maintain the source, please maintain all the alternative IDs in your data. It's very, very essential, without which we are doing injustice. We think that we are doing something very good by documenting the northeastern, let's say, genetic diversity, and if you are not doing that one along with the, let's say, a national identity, along with the full data from where it has been collected, we are doing injustice. In fact, we are harming. So it's very, very essential. Sir, are we ready for this DSI in our gene bank? When I say gene bank, all the gene banks, not only the LTS, the field gene banks or in situ on-farm gene banks. Are we ready? Do we know kind of things? What is going to happen? Is there any importance for accession DSI link? Sir, in the last 10 years I have been National Fellow, in which we have generated a number of applications. And one of the applications, sir, which is not there anywhere in the world, we have developed, in which all the data that is present in sequence is linked with all the gene banks in the world. That means the gene bank ID and the ID which is there in Gen Bank. Gene bank and Gen Bank, these are linked together. Wherever people have included the country name or the cultivar name or kind of thing. There have been a number of instances where Indians have uploaded data without the cultivar name. So you have to include cultivar name at least along with the sequence uploaded. So otherwise it is going to be dangerous. Okay, so I just mentioned the sequence, as everybody knows. I don't have to repeat this part. It's only a tool. Like genomics, the DSI is an additional tool for all of us. Any specialized person, pathologist, physiologist, entomologist, whoever, agronomist, it's only an additional tool. We do not get bogged down by what's happening, but just ensure that the documentation is right. As long as we do this, everything will be okay. It's not that difficult. I just mentioned this. Sir, some couple of recommendations, sir. Access not to trigger benefit sharing. I have already mentioned, and this is what is happening globally. Debate if it has to be free, unrestricted or open access, it's going on. Sir, I just have to mention here, I'll take half a minute for that. When I say free, it's not just free, it doesn't mean that anything. Either it is open access or it is unrestricted or free. There are different classes of access kind of thing. So we are working on that globally. Cost of process should not overshoot benefits. Everybody is aware of this, sir, that the additional process of maintaining these DSI data kind of thing, all these process, whatever we are earning by this should not be overshooting the actual cost that is incurred on that process. So this is taken care. Everybody is aware of that. Okay. Okay. Sir, one very important point, sir. What is happening, sir, irrespective of what is happening globally, so notwithstanding what decisions are made globally, India is such a big country with vast genetic diversity, with vast institutional structure, with lots of human resource, knowledgeable people working. We should not wait for what is happening globally. Everybody is looking at India, sir. Everybody is looking at India because this is the only country with both. We have genetic diversity as well as we have genomic technologies, people, institutions, everything is available. So people are looking at us for an example. Everybody is looking at India for an example. So we should not wait for what is happening there, develop our own policies, work on them, and then, so that's the requirement. We should come out of the provider attitude. So sometimes we think that, oh, we should protect, this is something else, it's going to escape and then kind of things, conservative attitude. We should come out of that kind of provider attitude because we are seriously using the sequences. Lots of our students and scientists are using these data globally, and then we are serious beneficiaries of this data. So we should come out of this kind of provider attitude. You should be having user attitude as well. Okay. Last point, sir, in the bottom box, there are two things which are essential, sir. One is collaboration. Collaboration among ourselves within India, so that we don't repeat the same thing that we are doing in one set of organizations. The second one is about the network approach. That I think since yesterday people are talking, sir. And the network approach along with the international organizations. I thank all the support that I have received from the institute and then the ICR. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sunil. It was a different kind of presentation, and I really missed one thing that he approached me that he would like to speak in the joint house, the complete house. At that time, I did not realize. I do feel bad that we could not have the presence of people working in genetics and genetic resources. Well, very important issues, and this being the topic, and particularly for young generation, you have many take-home messages. One is that correct information. That will be key for the reliability of the data and the use of data. So that's one thing. The second thing which I was just thinking, that we made the passport guidelines. We revised. It's also time to re-revise those, revisit those passport information for the genetic resources. That's one very important science area. And much more than that is awareness generation amongst different stakeholders. And I suggest to have a national conference on this itself, on DSI itself. The ICR should take leadership and should organize in collaboration with CSIR, in collaboration with the DBT, with the Ministry of Environment and so on. I am happy that efforts are going on for making the rules for this. And for that we have to prepare. I think many of the people sitting here might have heard the name of DSI for the first time. And the kind of presentation you have made that the modalities will be there. But we should not wait the things to come from foreign countries or foreign the international fora. We have our own strengths, and in our own interest, we have to strengthen. And I think time has come that in the gene bank you also have in the section now in India or other gene banks which deals only with DSI. Time has come, and I think that is another area which makes us to learn about these things. And awareness generation, I appreciate if you can prepare small information which can be in different languages, and people at grassroots level are also made aware of it, because there are many apprehensions about it. And it will be good to know that what is happening and why and how it is important, because it will be used extensively. It is being used, and the point which you said is that proper tracking will be possible if you are giving the right name. Yesterday also I have overemphasized and again re-emphasized that passport information must be understood properly, and the IC number allotment to all indigenous collections is very important. Sometimes people put IC number even to EC numbers also. That is barbarity, that's wrong. We should not do practices which are wrong. I have seen even in the media which you have registered, the EC number has also been not indicated. Just put INDR number and so on. There is need for improving our results. And two things at bureau level, there is need to have a section where and how, and two, the awareness generation. The material should be handy, readable, and people, the students and all people who are engaged in this, they know it. And the third is that we have to think of organizing a major event. Whosoever organizes is unimportant. What is important is that cutting across different ministries. The flagging ministry is Ministry of Environment and Forest, which is negotiating. And then users are so many. A time has come that a platform for discussing on this matter across the board, involving different players, is a need of the time. I again say, then TKDL, how do we link with traditional knowledge? That's where I think you have a new look on this passport, this information which is complete with the agri-biodiversity. So with these few remarks, I think there will be some question. It is a different topic, so that's why I thought we'll give it a good time to him. If you have any question among students, what is the full form of DSI? Student, back में बैठा है. और ये बोलो जरा. Any? Soever?
Digital sequencing. Professor, he's a professor here, professor.
पढ़ाया है नहीं, ऐसे भी हैं जिनको नहीं पता था आज, पीछे वालों को पता किसी में टॉपिक ले लो आप इस तरह का काम, ठीक है?
Yes.
ये न्यू एरियाज, गुड, थैंक यू वेरी मच. Presentation, or we have now I conclude this session now. Okay, this session was very interesting. I must say we had been benefited by all the presentations. They were nicely transacted and presented to all of us. And I really appreciate and congratulate all the people who have made the presentation. But after that, and listening to the different presentations, I had one worry. The worry is that we have not done much in this region. It is a biodiversity hotspot. 1 out of 36, reservoir of so much biodiversity, and when we see the collections made, it is dismal. When we see the conservation efforts, they are isolated. When we see how to make the biowealth, practically little work has been done. So what is more important is, which I feel if the president of the society allows me, I think it is a time for launching a major mission in this region. Major mission converting agro-biodiversity to biowealth in this region is now required. And I think we should develop some concept plan for that and hurriedly do this work. If we don't do, we will be blamed. We will be only referred as people who were always talking about this but had done nothing. And if you don't do nothing, then in future you won't be, our generation will not be in a position to see that we had plants like this or animals like this, or we had spices like this and so on. The task is bigger than what we thought when we were thinking of this conference. So at least let's make a beginning from this hotspot and take this as a major plank and sensitize people to come forward and let us launch a major mission in North India or any North Indian region for biodiversity conservation, for posterity and biowealth. This is what I thought I must not repeat what I have said earlier, but the main thing which I wanted to emphasize is that we should not delay acting on this important area. Then I have my colleague Rana. He is a little indisposed and he says whatever you say is okay. He also vetoes and I am sorry I have made him to join me at a short notice as a substitute. But he did a good job in keeping me alert and alarmed. So that's how the session from my side comes to an end. And I hand over the things to whom I do not have any convener. So maybe somebody will do this favor the report here is elevated as a convener also. So he will now take the further call on the matter. Yes, sir.
So now I would like to propose the vote of thanks, sir. So we are extremely thankful to you for very efficiently chairing the sessions and making some major recommendations. So definitely we'll be sending these recommendations to the society and it will be included in your agenda items. Sir, I would also like to thank the keynote speaker and all the invited speakers for making some very informative lectures. And now I would like to request our co-chair Dr. P.L. Gautam sir to kindly felicitate the invited speakers. Dr. N. Norin Singh, Dr. Mohan Lal, and Dr. Sunil Arshadji, please.
This is DSI.
Now I would like to request Dr.
आपको भी देना है कुछ?
Thank you, sir. Thank you to everyone.
Please come back at 2:30. 1 hour is sufficient for lunch, I suppose. And I also request all the speakers of technical session 3 to please load your presentations here and check it.
Because we have a few more presentations. Which will be chaired by our respected Dr. Kalidul. Long time. Now he has taken over the ICR Atari, June 6 at Guwahati, and his discipline is reproductive biology of animal science. He has done significant work in his own discipline, and apart from his own, his own discipline work, he has contributed significantly to our ABA programs, agribusiness incubation programs. I was also a part of it with him. So he was the principal investigator of ABI, which he has started here way back, maybe in 2014 or 15. So I welcome him, and also I request him to conduct the session. And along with him, we also have another co-chair, Dr. Malik sir. Dr. Malik sir. I don't have him. I think because I have no biodata with me.
For the post-analysis. Dr. Malik is presently the CEO of Agro-Innovate. As you know, this is a company started as Agro-Innovate for technology commercialization purpose. So compared to that kind of company. So he's the CEO, and he was a veterinarian. He was a veterinary microbiologist, right, sir? He is a microbiologist. So he was, as a principal scientist, he was in career, was in NRC on equate. So he was multi-talented personality. Now because he is animal, and he was a commissioner, sir. Of course, sir. He was a commissioner of investment in the government of India. Then now he is becoming the CEO of the Agro-Innovate. So there is a brief report about that. Since he is also a veterinary, I request co-chair this today program. So we go directly to the presentation. The first presenter, Professor Head, Division of Animal Generation, Building Kanapara. Who is there?
No, he is not there.
He is not there.
Dr. Dolu.
So next is BK Bhattacharya?
No, it is not there.
He is not there. BK Pundi is not there.
No,
He already presented. Sorry,
already presented.
Okay. Then, I request Dr. Sunil Dode. Yeah. So,
good afternoon, everyone. Respected co-chairs, conveners, all the delegates present here. Actually, my assigned topic here is the poultry diversity and its conservation in the Northeast India. Of course, so just now during last time we were discussing most of the things we are discussing repeatedly, so I'll try to brief in my presentation because some of the most important whatever this proposal or my opinion, that part only simply I will try to restrict to that part only. So as we know, poultry of course other livestock to details we have discussed lots, but specifically on poultry we have not discussed this specifically on poultry part. So as we know, poultry is one of the fastest growing sector national and also in the northeastern region is a very important and is also growing very fast. So here basically in the northeastern region we are focusing mainly on our rural poultry production system. Of course, in the national level, the poultry production scenario itself is regional some imbalance. Say, some of the particular regions, southern region and central region, they are most fastest and they are contributing most in the aspect of your commercial poultry. Basically, poultry, rural poultry and commercial part. So we northeastern region. This region is basically we are giving contribution to the rural poultry part. So in the commercial sector, too, mostly dominated by the private sector. So as we all know, poultry is one of the mega industry in India, and as we know, this is the just statistic as per the last census. That we have the total poultry. This is during the comparison, even around 852 million poultry we have in India. That if we compare the growth rate, it is around 17% growth rate from the last two census. And out of this, that backyard poultry sector, here growth rate is significantly higher in the nation. So this growth rate in the poultry sector is really contribution is from our government side. Government of India basically in the rural our different government sector only this rural poultry we are contributing. But private sector too, they are working basically on commercial. So here is a big contribution in the rural poultry from our government. So we are now third and fifth largest egg producer in the and meat producer in the world. So total egg production is around 138 billion in the country, out of which the maximum 85% is the egg production is coming from the commercial, and only 15% from the backyard poultry we are contributing. So total meat production is around 9.29 million in the country, out of which poultry meat is contributing around 51%. So availability of egg is also around at present 95% per person per year, and poultry meat is 3.2 kg per person. This is the basic information. If we coming to the northeastern region, it was here northeastern region, the poultry production is basically already I have stated it is dominated by the rural poultry production system only. So we have a huge demand. If you see here also our rural poultry growth is significantly very high, and overall in the northeastern region, where is in the national level, that around 16% growth rate. But here in the northeastern region, overall in the urban poultry sector also more than 100% growth over the last two census, and around 57% in the rural poultry. So our region is also growing, but still we are not able to meet up the demand, and there, as a result, there is a huge gap between demand and supply of the poultry, egg and meat in the region. So now, because this is basically a poultry germplasm, see, we go back to the origin of the domestic chicken. So these are the domestic chicken belongs to the Galas. This Rusi include 4 morphological distinct origin of our modern day chicken are the red jungle fowl, which is the Indian, Indian origin of Indian modern poultry chicken, and still this red jungle fowl is found in our forest of our northeastern region. So the second one is the grey jungle fowl. This is also the origin of this grey jungle fowl, which is West and South India. But then Sri Lanka jungle fowl, which is endemic to Sri Lanka. Green jungle fowl, which are basically in the neighboring Indonesian island, including Bali. These are theirs. So these are our origin of the modern day chicken. So poultry diversity, if we talk about the poultry diversity of the northeastern region, we have in the country now out of 20 breeds registered in the country. This amount is our from the northeastern region already mostly registered, but still then I am repeating this one. Many, Kaukai, Sitagong, and Kanayan breeds are found in the region. Many is found in the Assam. These are all dual purpose breed. So basically in the 6 hour demos we are not talking to the Vivor district, this is the home track of this mini bird. Then Kautargi is the western Kukrazer, that origin of the bird. And this is basically for meat purpose. Sitagong is a very sturdy and very strong bird. This is found in the both in Meghalaya and Tripura, bordering Bangladesh. This is then Kanayan is from Manipur. Manipur is in this Kanayan is basically a fighting bird. They are very active and very strong in fighting. This is renowned for this fighting bird. Sitagong to meat purposes, they are also for both meat and their Sitagong is also very big and sturdy bird. So these basically registered breeds are found in the region. Apart from this, we also find some naked neck, different local naked neck, grizzle fowl, then Jowar. Jowar is in the Mizoram, from Mizoram already, the Jowar is already in the process of registration from the Mizoram state. Then these are also found, and in the different ducks like Nageshwari, Silhead, Punte, Sinaha, Patita, these all are found in the basically found in Assam. So these are the different photographs just showing that this is Miri. This, of course, that original Miri bird. Now, actually, this is the real picture in the sense. Now, if we look into the different, if we try to find an actual Miri bird, now we are not able to even know. These are the reported. That is the condition actually. Why the genetic erosion is going on now. Earlier days it were there. Now as such, with this morphological characters we are not able to find it is because of this our crossbreeding, introducing of different improved breed we have introduced for the improved productivity we have improved. So ultimately these are all original breed characteristic even we are not able. This is the condition of those. Like this is the Kanayan, this one. This one is the Kanayan skin from, this is the fighting, known for fighting, and this is naked neck, grizzle fowl. This naked neck and grizzle fowls are also sporadic. All over the world you find it. Now one specific this is recently from our teaching institute, we have identified some pockets of this Sierra Khasi. This is a native chicken germplasm of Meghalaya. Traditionally, we could identify, and as per the reports by the farmers, these birds, they are having very strong and very test and they are very popular in India. These birds are basically, the synonym is here, marcasa. They are also known as in their locality. This is mostly found in the West Khasi Hills and river district of Meghalaya. The recently our institute, from our institute, we identified those areas and pockets. Now we are trying to, now these birds are basically, this is that's why I'm showing, this is the picture of these birds. Now we have to study details, we have to collect and study details about that, and only we will go ahead with this bird, or if there is any registration process. So apart from this different, these ducks, local Paki Hand and this is Muscovy, the Shinga. Then apart from this, even we have some other birds like this Japanese quail in Turkey are also sporadically found in that region. So what now importance? Why these birds are important? The native breeds are, everybody we know, these are the reservoir of genomes and the very major genes which can be utilized in the future for the improvement of our existing germplasm or crossing with some exotic germplasm. Basically, whatever commercial poultry chicken we are having, these are all temperate origin birds. That's why in our tropical, like country in India, full genetic potential cannot be exploited in our region due to our climate. So, if we introduce and close with some improved birds with our native origin can be incorporated in for those exotic breeds, definitely we can improve our. So these are the importance why the conservation of this indigenous germplasm is very much important. So that is why the characterization of those birds are already we are detailing Microsoft different genetic tools we need to characterize them for their reason. Then this already reported, some of the reports, they are very huge, around 23,000. This even asil, the genes pool, around above 23,000 genes. So these are the diversity and very significant major gene pool, this indigenous birds, which can be exploited in future for improvement of our poultry birds. So native chicken is also, these are already known, very hardy they are known, and they are also reported in various, this one, tolerant to various bacterial, viral, protozoal and other diseases. So their disease risk part is already reported in our experience also. In our institute, we have conducted some of the trials in the NICRA project, where even our native chicken, they found to be more tolerant to the disease. The immunity level is higher compared to even Bonaraja. Bonaraja is an improver, but still our native, that we conducted some experiments, there also our experiences, but still their immunity level is also higher than the native chickens. Then likewise, some even native chickens are very now demand because our the native chickens are their meat quality and quality also more desirable by them, because nowadays you can know even this like Paragna and other those native chickens, they are having more desirable flavor in terms of texture. These are also found to be, and in terms of fat content also, the lean meat content is more in our native chicken. So ultimately, it is more tasty or more acceptability is better, and by health point of view also, due to less fat content, it is better. Now, so this is the demand. As a result, in the market, the price of the native chicken is more than double or triple sometimes. So like if we cite an example, like Corognath is 1,000 rupees per kg in the live bird. Where is it from? Yes.
I think so now your craft can reach this.
Okay. So these are the now. So these are the conservation efforts. So this is mainly whatever we are discussing. In situ conservation is the main, of course, for the livestock. This is the main part, but it is a little bit costly affairs, and we need to again cost involvement due to that. Even we can to think for this in vivo or ex situ conservation of through different genes through different genomic conservation will be required, and that is why the identification, characterization, registration is very much important. Already repeatedly we have been emphasizing in this, and that that is why we should survey, collect and characterize the whole native chicken from the even our this region, the remote area where the original native chicken can be found and different in the remote areas. We need to characterize all of them, collect, and accordingly we can go for registration. Then challenges of native chicken is already I have of course here. Now the problem is native chicken. This is one of the crossbreeding is one of the, because we have introduced in the whole over country that improved chicken varieties all over the country without any considering them. That is why we are not original. Whatever millibird, those chickens, it is not very easy to find it in the original form. So we need to restrict that introduction of those native birds, where the track of the native birds, those like the millibird track, we should not should define and restrict those and notify those areas being demarcated and notified, so that the improved varieties can be propagated in only non-notified areas for improving the productivity of the backyard farming. So those who are like millibird track, at least we should restrict and we should define them. We should not introduce those improved varieties of birds. So breeding program also strategies. If we talk about the strategies, so the region state-specific breeding programs should be developed accordingly, we should implement in situ conservation. Then incentive to the farmers, wherever native birds, those incentive is one of the most important. Then only farmers will be interested for those who are maintaining the native plant, at least from the government side. Incentive provisions to be there. Then awareness segregation is very important. At least all the farmers, stakeholders need to generate state awareness, the importance of those native chicken. Then community-based conservation is one of the will be a very effective strategy, because without community involvement, it will be very difficult to conserve them in their in situ condition. So these are important points. Then factors activation, these are all common. This is I'm not going to discuss. What about government initiative, like already our institute like ND, AGR, our CARI, DPR, all we are working. This involved in all those birds improvement program going on in the different ASF programs, already different so many varieties we have also able to release. Then CEO, SAO, they are also working central animal husbandry department through animal so poultry capital venture scheme. These are running, of course. Then apart from the central poultry development organization, CPDO, with a 4 regional center at Israel, then Chandigarh, Mumbai, and Gurgaon also working on this. Apart from this, some NGOs and local communities are also involved in it. So coming to the conclusion, this will be my last slide. The reason, as we already discussed, is a very unusual varieties of native poultry which are being reserved and measured change for improvement for tropical activity, disease resistance, and other traits, other productive or reproductive traits, which is very important. Then poultry biodiversity, that is why the poultry biodiversity is our initiative. So in the notice, should demonstrate the collective efforts of research institutions, government, bodies and NGOs and locals. At the last, here is a one proposal, because we in the region poultry is so important and contributing very heavy demand. But in the region, there is no national any poultry specific central institution. So I feel is a very important to establish a national research and education institute in the region, so that to cater the research needs, research and education needs for the poultry sector. Even if not poultry sector, even in our overall livestock sector also, because specifically for our region, one national level institute, including like KDO in the framework like Central Agricultural Research System, in that way at least should, so that the school, otherwise only one who like NBA is there, they are not able to tackle all the, in the time they are not able to characterize or the genetic part and other parts. So if one institute in our region started, that will definitely scale up our all those research and education parts, so that it will contribute significantly in the coming future. So it is, I thank all of you.
Thank you. So much of good biodiversity in poultry. Can you identify through your studies some of those very specific poultry breeds or those that are available in this area, where you can specifically talk about specific traits, which can then be selected along with some other breeds or some other strains. I don't know how to go ahead about it, but then if these can be utilized for a better, maybe say disease resilience, climate resilience or something like that, because those colored birds are basically a low producer. So one thing. Second thing, when you are talking about the support from the central or state governments, you have got the NLM program, but most of these local colored birds are not included in the list of NLM activities as such. So the opportunity we are talking about for the central support, we are losing on those. The only possibility as of date will be probably somewhere using those resources locally. Say for example, if you are talking of some TSP kind of activities, SCSP kind of activities, which are available not only with you, but also with institutes like CARI, institutes like DPR. So they have all those components where they are not even able to utilize that money. With your support, probably they can utilize that, and this money can be put into the development of these particular things. In selected areas specific for those particular birds. Third point is like because we are now talking in the central government also on development of different FPOs and FPCs. So you can basically aggregate some of these people, because in isolation they cannot either the harness or the benefits of the good market, or they cannot bargain on the input supplies as well. So as an aggregator, if you can create some kind of a model of aggregation where the hub can basically breed the animals or the birds, and as a hatchery basically they can provide and distribute it to their local spokes, different farmers. They produce this and sell it back to through the hub to someone as an aggregate to the market. Probably this kind of a model. Final thing which I would like to see is like I am looking at different presentations throughout yesterday, today, in the main hall also. Everybody is talking about monocultures. They are talking poultry, somebody was talking only fish, somebody was talking only cattle. But I have yet to see an integrated model where pigs, poultry, fish together, somebody is basically bringing in as a circular economy, so that they can utilize the husbandry practices in the best integrated model kind of a system. And as the regional center from this, you can actually develop those kind of integrated models which can be then directly beneficial other than these things. And now ICR is putting lots of efforts on genome editing and other things. Probably some of the specific traits can be identified for those genome editing project as well, so that these can then be transferred into the high producing birds or something. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you for responding. Just that's actually whatever.
Yes,
That is actually research need and manpower. Manpower is also resource. Manpower resource is also like, that's why actually I'm proposing one national level.
सर एनएलएम में प्रोजेक्ट लिखिए मिलेगा
नहीं
अनफॉर्चुनेटली
इंस्टीट्यूट सर रिसर्च एंड एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट
सर मैं उसी के लिए बोल रहा हूँ कि एनएलएम
the rest of the work to integrated funding system and other this part we are doing that.
Okay,
this is within the mandate when you are talking of poultry as the research institute research complex. It is well within the mandate of the research complex.
Farming systems. Okay, so this will be sir.
And second thing which I am still looking at, when I was there in animal husbandry, we started a new concept of like R&D support to the institutes and colleges. And I am yet to see any project from Northeast on these kind of aspects where R&D funding is provided by DHD. You have never attempted that. It is available.
Of course, we are doing those from our ICR fund.
I am talking about, Dr. I am talking specifically about DHD fund. That's what, because you don't know even. So my information to you is, under the National Livestock Mission, we have got R&D funds available, which is a competitive grant, and the competition is very, very meager, very easy fund, I tell you, compared to other this one, and there is no dearth of money. I myself had sanctioned projects amounting to like 3 crore, 5 crore rupees for these kind of activities. And breeding can be one of those important areas. If you highlight the biodiversity issues from Northeast, funds can be made available where manpower, the consumables and other things can be easily taken up.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Praveen Mai. It's a valid point. And we will apply for maybe scientists can apply this project. So, no other question. We will move on next presentation. I request Dr. Saurabh Gowri. So, he is my colleague from this institute, ICR Research Complex.
Respected co-chairs, Dr. Kadir sir, Dr. Malik sir, my head of the division, Dr. Katak sir, and Dr. Kundir sir, Dr. Das sir, Gole sir, and other dignitaries present here. I am asked to give a lecture on semen technology for conservation of indigenous livestock. As we all know, that Indian subcontinent is one of the world's most mega biodiversity standard, and it has many domesticated livestock and animal species. This safeguarding of this indigenous livestock will not only protect the agricultural heritage, but also enhance the climate resilience, livestock and food supply fluctuations. This table will shows the number of indigenous animals that are registered in MBGR. Of course, in cattle, the cattle number is 54, but one cattle is synthetic cattle is here. So total indigenous livestock is 56 in cattle, buffalo 20, goat 39, sheep 45, horse and ponies 8, donkeys 3, pig 14, 1 yak, that is oriental yak, camel 9, dog 3, chicken 20, dog 3. These are the total number of indigenous livestock from India that are registered as breed by NVGR. Now coming to the population, everybody has shown different perspective of these livestock standards, but here I want to show the percentage of indigenous population in India. You see, out of 193 million cattle, almost 73% is indigenous. Then buffalo is presumed that all the buffaloes are indigenous, so all are 100% indigenous population. Sheep around 95% are indigenous. Goat are all indigenous, native to India, so 100%.
Sir, the reputation is something present here.
That indigenous population, sir. Okay, sir. Poultry, 37%. That's only we are considering the naked poultry. Now coming to the why we need the indigenous livestock, there are many points that everybody has discussed since morning. They are well adapted to our native climate. They are resistant, low maintenance cost, especially our animals like Assam goat or yards. These are mostly reared under zero maintenance cost. Milk production, we know some of the local breeds, they have very good milk production like Badavari. Badavari is known for the high milk percentage, reduced emission. There is a report that says that indigenous cattle emits fewer greenhouse gases, is
separated across crossbred cattle. Research improves indigenous breeds can be valuable for developing super breeds, as we know, especially in case of pigs. The indigenous pigs, the sexual maturity is quite less, around 4 to 5 months. So, in many ASFP centers, these crossbred pigs are being produced using the indigenous pigs. Biodiversity conservation and cultural significance. We don't know most of the indigenous animals because indigenous animals involves our cat, our yak, mithun. We all know these animals, how much socially or related to the tribal communities in these states. Conservation measures, we all know popularly two measures is access to an institute. So that topic is given to me is cement technology. So it is extensive preservation. It involves conservation of animal removed from the normal habitat, refers to collection of and freezing in liquid nitrogen of animal genetic resources. It may be sperm, ova, embryo, or other genetic material. Institute conservation, we all know, I have given a photograph of this rhinoceros because rhinoceros is conserved in Institute Conservation in Assam. They have transferred this rhinoceros from Kaziranga to Manas National Park for preservation. Now coming to the topic proper, these are topic is given to me, cement technology for conservation of indigenous livestock. So these are the most popular cement technologies that we all know. Cement characterization, insemination, sperm selection, sperm sexing, and transgenes. Now coming to the sperm preservation and AI, we all know these are always reproductive biotechnology. However, the fertility is still around 50% because the most in large livestock, the semen is characterized in liquid nitrogen, and it's very difficult that all the sperm revive back to mortality. Almost 50% sperm doesn't die during cryopreservation, and liquid nitrogen is the best way for cryopreservation of cell genetic superior allied organisms. But still, in species like pig, horse, and goat, cryopreservation is not yet that much developed. We are still horse में सर अभी चल रहा है but still filter नहीं है सर. Okay, ठीक है. But the NRC inquiries are working. 25 साल NRC point में था तो मुझे पता. हाँ सर, they are working. The filter है नहीं सर. Anyway sir, I agree with you sir. Inquiries are there. And in many other species like buffalo, camel, yak, mithun, goat, sheep, ox, these are certainly preserved for AI. In India, there are many indigenous breeds like Gir, Saiwal, Thampaka, Red Sindhi, Rati, Haryana. These semens are available. Nowadays, commercially also available. When NDTV they are having, then pigs they are having, even some commercial farms are there. They are supplying this indigenous semen costing around 1,200-1,400 per straw. But in the sex semen, 40-50 rupees per simple straw, but sex semen around 1,200-1,500 per straw. Even indigenous breeds like in buffalo breeds, Mura, Shruti, Kafrabadi, Badabari, these semens are commercially available in India now. These all are breeds from indigenous animals. Now coming to the semen preservation, other indigenous, except other than cattle and buffalo, I was fortunate enough to work with in NRC yak. So in Arunachali yak semen, we have successfully collected, we have preserved, and in the farm, NRC yak, this semen collection and AI is being carried out. Even their NRC they are doing this fixed time AI because AI in yak is difficult because these are migratory animals. So it's very difficult to go and reach the time when the animal is in stress. Therefore, they have developed this fixed time AI protocol where they fix the AI and at the same time they go and do the insemination. So in yak it is being done. Mithun also most of the semen research are being carried out by our ICL center. They are also collecting semen, they are also freezing, and they have also produced some ET and IVF crops. Then in equine, I research Marwadi and Sanskar, these already preserved and will be used. In coming to goat, and Beetle, Sirohi, Assam Hill goat, Black Bengal, Jamunapuri, Marwadi, these all semens are available nowadays. People are doing even our Nagari University, the Assam Hill goat and Beetle semen, we are being preserved and we are being transported to the field for doing carrying out insemination. Similarly, in sheep and pig also, semen are being preserved and being used for preservation. However, in case of pig, we are also here working on pig semen mostly. Just I want to add that indigenous semen, pig semen collection is a little bit difficult. because they are ferocious, very difficult to tame them for train them for semen collection. But crossbred pigs we are doing regularly and it's being available in our science institute and it's being used for AI. So the advances we know in this, what is the effect of cryopreservation semen? Cryopreservation affects the sperm quality. There are many research nowadays people are doing for addition of antioxidants to the freezing media, which may counteract sperm damage. The research on proteomics and transcriptomic biomarkers may be used for predict sperm tolerance. This is a diagram that shows in what way the cryopreservation of freezing affects the sperm quality. It affects the membrane change, then microbial damage, molecular change, reduced motility, excessive ROS production. As you all know, cryopreservation leads to ROS production, it leads to DNA damage, ionization, lipid peroxidation, and apoptosis. So what can be done in sperm technology for even for indigenous livestock? We should develop some molecular markers of sperm feasibility so that we can know which sperm can be sensitive cryopreserved, which is not fit for cryopreservation. And researchers may be carried out on external development. In India, many institutes are working, even we are working on pig semen. Even recently, our sir was also telling that Goa Center developed one external for pig semen. So, some antioxidant supplements we can use in our institute. We are working on nanoparticles. Dr. Khalid sir, he also used nanoparticle in goat semen. Even we are also continuing these projects. Vitamins like vitamin E and C are being used as a supplement in external. And in evaluation techniques, nowadays, normal microscope no one is using. Fluorescent microscopy, laser fluorescent microscopy, electron microscopy can be used for semen evaluation. We are being used here because we have a institute of NEMU. They have the electron microscope facility. So we are using this facility to locate the damages in sperm cell after freezing it out. And everyone knows CASA is one of the most important technology that is now being used for the assessment of semen quality. And in our institute, we are having this facility. We have procured CASA last year, and nowadays flow cytometry is the most advanced technique through which the different semen parameters can be evaluated and assessed. So these things may be used for indigenous livestock because very limited application of these techniques are there in India for the indigenous animals. Now coming to the next technology, that is sperm selection. We all know sperm selection, how important it is. The sperm selection technique by which we can separate the best quality sperms from the ejaculate. Because the sperm quality directly affects the fertility. There are many studies that support how the sperm quality directly affects the fertility. So there are some references I quoted that this normal morphology in cattle, pig, horse, boar, it directly affects the fertility. Similarly, your chromatin integrity or DNA integrity in boar, horse, bulls, it directly affects with the sperm quality. Therefore, similarly, plasma integrity and microbial membrane potential and ROA generation, these things. Sir, I will finish. Yes. Then coming to the selection techniques, there are many selection techniques, but I will just listed these three. Most advanced one nowadays, microfluidic sperm sorting techniques are there. This is a system in which these manipulates by small fluids through which small channels. By use of fluids, we can sort the sperms where the good quality sperm cells will be collected separately, and those sperm which are immotile or debris, they will be collected separately. This is now a very latest technique in sperm sexing, microfluidics sperm sorting they call it. However, it is very expensive but very effective. Next technique is magnetic activated cell sorting. This is also nowadays being used for cell sorting. I have fortunate enough to use this technique during my PDF at Sweden. This technique in which these magnetic microbeads are being used to separate the apoptotic sperm cells. Next, the electrophoretic sperm selection techniques are there. These are still some research are going on in which the electrical surge echoed by sperm is used to separate the damaged sperm cell from the healthy sperm cells. Similarly, intercytoplasmic morphology selected sperm injection technique is a very latest technique in which high magnification microscopes are being used to assess the morphology and other damages the sponsors. Now next is the sperm sorting, sperm sexing. Yes, we all know nowadays sex semen is very popular word. We hear it every day. This sperm sexing nowadays is very feasible, very easy. People are doing through the use of flow cytometer. This is the only most reliable method through which the sperm cell can be separated. The X and Y bearing sperm will separate. This is a diagram of a flow cytometer separating X and Y bearing sperm. The principle of sexing sperm semen is to stain the DNA with the fluorescent dye. The DNA is stained with the dye, and this dye doesn't get damaged. On the base of the dye, DNA fluorescence, the X and Y bearing sperm was separated and collected separately, and they used for AI or other assisted reproductive techniques. The sperm medulla can also be used as a vector for transit production, as we all know. The sperm from it involves the introduction of DNA from one species to another, and it allows the foreign DNA to be absorbed as sperm and delivered to site. So these are different techniques. Just coming to the conclusion, I would like to say these are techniques already in routine use, but very limited use for the indigenous livestock. This use of these sperm techniques can further help us to preserve and conserve our indigenous livestock. These are they possess many important traits that will resist the climate resilience and biodiversity conservation. Use of semen technology is one of the important biodiversity tools to propagate and conserve these important job balance. The third thing what I want to emphasize is that there should be more awareness and capacity buildings among the stakeholders to let them know the importance for conservation of these indigenous livestock, and more research needs to be focused for indigenous livestock through different policies, and we need fundings for carrying out this. Thank you, sir.
That you can connect with this conservation, because many semen reproductive technology also that to connect to conservation. I think that is still we need semen bank, indigenous semen bank. Still, even I think morning we have discussed about the artificial indigenous cattle semen is not available in the particular northern states. So that kind of things, what model, what approaches you are
Indigenous semen banks need to be created, sir. Nowadays, most of the indigenous livestock are available, sir. But we have to get it through.
Today my topic is application of UAV in evaluation and conservation of genetic resources. When organizer given me this topic, and I was really confused how to justify this topic, because this is very emerging technology and very less work has been done for this conservation and evaluation on genetic resources. Even though, then I thought means UAV is a platform only. So, so first of all, we know, because you all know the genetic resource means how this space technology is using for this assessment and monitoring of genetic resources. Maybe we can start from that, and here I will mostly cover the scope of UAV technology, because when I searched I have not found many, only scattered, and a very small work has been done on this genetic resource conservation and evaluation part. So next, first of all, geospatial technology. It is a composite work. It combines remote sensing, GIS and GPS. Whatever may be the platform, it may be the UAV, it may be the any airborne platform, or it may be the satellite. But remote sensing is the key, where we can go for monitoring and assessment of different, just like habitat loss and degradation. As you know, means remote sensing is playing a very significant role in deforestation mapping, urbanization, any agricultural expansion in where we don't want, means where any threaten to the genetic resources. Those monitoring is already been done, means it is a continuous process. I don't say that it is already been done, it's a continuous process, but remote sensing is supporting in monitoring habitat loss and degradation. Next, mapping of biodiversity hotspot. It not in a very large scale, but very small scale, just like in Northeast also, ISRO has completed one project. It was in 2000, almost 2008-9. It's very old, but biodiversity hotspot mapping with different organizations, with different stakeholders, we have done. So just want to tell that remote sensing can support in this biodiversity hotspot mapping also. And as you know, remote sensing not only gives the natural resource information, it gives climatic information also. So as you know that this climate is also impacting the our genetic resources. So when we combine this climate information as well as natural resource information, we can see that how this climate is affecting our natural resources and how this crop or any forest species is moving from one place to another. Then next is conservation planning and protected area management. And we know that from satellite data or from UAV data, so we can delineate the exact boundary of any conservation site so that we can monitor very precisely or accurately. So as morning also it was discussed that monitoring of invasive species, that also remote sensing can play a very significant role. And assessing ecosystem health. Ecosystem health means those are the parameters. Suppose land use changes, soil moisture, and then any air quality, water quality. At least it's not a complete solution, but it can reduce the it can reduce the field work. Remote sensing can reduce the field work so that we can also it can access the ecosystem health. So improving genetic resource inventories, as morning sir was telling, for this Northeast region, not only for Northeast region, I don't know exactly that whether inventory is there or not. So at least the GIS, GPS, and then UAV and remote sensing can play an important role for this inventory generation. And precision conservation, as suppose I just seeing all this on gene bank. So gene bank, suppose we know that a particular gene bank, we want to monitor continuously. So we want to monitor their growth and then how to conserve any techniques, suppose any practice we want to see. So that continuous and very large scale monitoring we can do using UAV technology. So this UAV, this was I was talking about the geospatial technology, not only for UAV, but now I will just speak on UAV. So UAV, mostly it is a high resolution data it is giving, and this large area also it cannot cover. We should acknowledge that, because only to some extent if we want to map one village, it gets almost more than hundreds of images. So it is very time consuming for data processing also. But suppose we know a particular place, that particular place we want to monitor continuously, then we can go for UAV technology. So types of UAV, some UAVs are multi-rotor type and some are fixed wing type. Both are having the advantage as well as disadvantage. So what we have a Northeastern Space Application Center, we are actually in ISRO also, we are the first one to use this UAV in agriculture as well as this disaster management. Because in hilly terrain, this UAV, because in non-accessible area, we cannot go, and then UAV is giving very good support for this purpose. So first we have a very Inspire one UAV. This is it's based on the load it can carry. So it is only 17 minutes is our endurance time, and then 3 kg you can go up to any load you can take only 3 kg. So next is Desire Matrix 600. This is mostly used by, and here I will come to all the sensor also. Whatever sensor it is available in the satellite, we have at our center multispectral, hyperspectral, that I will come. So this UAV can carry all the sensor. So up to 10 kilo it can carry. So this is also one assembled one, because we have one 3D printer and then our expert also there, so they have assembled it. It's a fixed wing one, so it requests runway just like our helicopter, but it can go up to 40 minutes. 40-minute fly it can, but because Inspire and all, only 17 minutes. But it can go up to 40 minutes. So next, this also is an assemble one. This is mostly we have, suppose we did some experiment for water sample collection. So this type of ensemble one we have used we had developed at our NSEC only, so that in different experiments we are using this UAV. So this is the mostly we are using now this Trinity. Trinity is actually 90 minutes its flying time, and it's giving 5 centimeter. 5 centimeter GSD we are getting, and it can go up to at a time 4 square kilometer, and it doesn't require any runway. Directly it can fly from one place. So this is the advantage of this Trinity UAV. So as I told you, means this just like satellite. So now this is a platform only, but we need the remote sensing. So first, this with UAV we have a RGB camera just like our mobile camera and all. So RGB camera, it gives a real picture of that area. We have multispectral sensor, just like in our satellite we know about the IRS sensor, Indian remote sensing satellite. We know Landsat satellite. We know Sentinel data. Similar type of sensor we are having with which can be mounted on UAV. So now with this multispectral, we are having at least 7-band multispectral sensor. Thermal camera also. Thermal camera is mostly used for the crop temperature determination, soil moisture estimation. So this sensor is also available to mount at an UAV. So recently we have purchased this hyperspectral camera also, and this only can help for that species identification or any genetic resource identification, because hyperspectral has the capability, because it has a very narrow band information, not like multispectral. Multispectral is a very broad. So for any species or any particular, even we are trying to, this is used for stress detection as well as disease space detection, and many research even we are doing for biochemical analysis. For biochemical analysis also this hyperspectral data has been used. So that is why suppose we know that species are having different chemical. So by seeing the hyperspectral image also, maybe first we need some data, ground data, but after getting some relation, we can also identify based on the biochemical parameter as well as the physiological parameter and morphological parameter, we can identify different species.
You have some examples to show?
Yes. This advantage anyway I have already discussed. So this is the first thing we need to do for this flight planning. This also I will not tell, only here I want to mention, while doing the flight planning we need more overlap so that we can get the 3D image, and 3D image gives suppose the height of the plant also, even height of the building we are getting, as you already know. So this is the basic processing flow. But flight planning, then we need the that stress means feature detection and feature matching and generation of 3D point cloud, 3D surface, and this is the normally we process in one software. This is Pix4D software, but point cloud generation and what type of GCP we have to do, that maybe the manual intervention is required. And finally, from that image, we can go for the orthomoject, and here we can see the elevation information also, and agricultural land, just an example. This is the full 3D textured model. Here you can see the height of plant also we can measure, and this is the 0.5 contour interval, this contour map. This is the example for this, one is this RGB image with RGB camera, this is with the multispectral, and from there we can see in software we can see image processing software that different crops will show different spectral information, and from there we can discriminate different crop type. These details we can have, and based on the flying height our resolution will be different, so based on the requirement we can decide and what height this UAV will be flown, and then maybe in 60 centimeter we are getting 0.5 centimeter resolution. So species identification, sir, this is the actually one source I got. So this is from IRS Dehradun, they have done this species identification different. Even we have done for here in Northeast also different crop type. That I will show you one species identification based on the spectral data. So this is mostly using the hyperspectral data. So UAV here, one we have done in situ conservation of muga. Here in Jayantia Hills, this work we have done by using UAV technology. So we tried to identify the muga germplasm. But one problem was there, only one plant was there, but it was very difficult to identify even using the UAV. So we tried to collect the GCPs from there, and then we came and then we tried to overlay the GCP on the UAV image, and then only analysis we could do. So based on that, even soil data, climatic data of that particular area, so we were closely monitoring. We have established one AWS also, because this project was given from the Central Silk Board. They wanted to see by using this conservation site, they want to monitor. So similarly for revival of muga industry in Dhemaji district, we tried, sir, these different blocks where muga different species are there. We would try to classify. And this also in Tasar Silko, actually from CSB, they have given us many work for their work, means for UAV, use of UAV technology for tropical Tasar. In 7 states in India we have done for different types of ecoresource identification where they can go for Tasar. So UAV survey here, one example I just want to show in ICR only. This we were trying in collaboration with the physiology department. So just tried, means this is a hyperspectral data, and then different treatment we have given. We try to identify whether we can identify different genotype or not. This is it in here in ICR only we tried.
How was the result? You were able to really
Yes, sir.
identify the new
Yes, sir, because it's ongoing only. So they are doing the biophysical parameter, biochemical parameter retrieval of those areas. So we have different indices we try to generate from this satellite data. So different even for nitrogen sprays, for different here, they have given the pathogen also. If we can find any correlation, that will be really great, sir. The challenges, as I told, challenges is that its coverage is very less. UAV we cannot cover a very district. District we can cover, but it will take lots of time and data will be huge. So processing will take time. So challenges, and then it needs some technical skill to operate. And otherwise, UAV is really in hilly areas. It's really supporting. Mainly in crop area estimation. We are doing for the Department of Economics and Statistics and from Agriculture Department to accurate estimation of major crops of Meghalaya, even for Northeast, in collaboration with Northeast Council. So just want to tell, this is a technology only, tool only, it's not a complete solution. So maybe in different work it can support, that maybe we can discuss that how this UAV technology can support. Maybe first we had that inventory, that UAV technology we can support in inventory, as well as any close monitoring of conservation site if it is required, maybe UAV technology can be used. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zulmani. Yes, the second part, that is the invited lectures of this session. We had Professor C.P. Suresh letting us know the potential, what could be done, what should be done in the Northeast with respect to horticultural crops. Dr. S.P. Das, Director, NRCO, letting us know the excellent work that has been going on, as well as what immediate requirement if we need to achieve what we want to achieve. And Dr. Sangeeta, in fact, her presentation was true to our thesis, our section title, Innovations in Modern Tools. So she gave an excellent account of modern tools that are being used in tea. And Dr. Junali let us know about the possibilities of using UAVs in our understanding. If organizers agree with us, we would like to break for tea and then come back and co-share Dr. Kuldeep Singh. to make a brief presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you had a good tea. In fact, I didn't have a plan for any presentation, but then the president of the society asked me that I should make a small presentation to really tell you what's happening globally. This is a presentation probably we made somewhere a month before with the FAO. So this may not be, but the question is one thing, that's plant genetic resources. To how many of the SDGs is contributing directly? So there are 4 SDGs where plant genetic resources are contributing directly, and we have a responsibility to really ensure that the country meets these SDGs by 2030. There was no presentation actually on the essential activities of the gene banks, but this is to share with you that these are the 5 or 6 essential activities of a gene bank. It's the first one that goes on acquisition or the collecting, the conservation, characterization, regeneration, evaluation, distribution, safety duplication. Now, I'm not going to tell all these things, but just to tell you that in the global gene banks, which are Article 15 gene banks of the CGIAR, all these activities are undertaken under FAO approved guidelines. And we have SOP for each of the activities. For example, if we have to acquire germplasm from somewhere, we have the well-defined steps. What should be the steps taken to acquire the germplasm? Or to distribute the germplasm, we have very well-developed guidelines. The conservation is a short-term, long-term, what it is, which crop, all those guidelines very well developed. And in conservation, the most important thing is monitoring of the viability of the germplasm. And it's very well defined that if it's vegetatively propagated crops, how many weeks or how many months you really have to replicate it. If it's a seed crop, after how many years? If it's an MTS, you have to really monitor its viability. If it's LTS, how many miles you have to do that? So all these things, every activity here is so well defined that we cannot deviate even iota out of from that one. Because we are evaluated every 5 years by an external group of the members. And they actually go to the deep into the records. If we say we evaluated 20,000 lines in the last 20 years, they may go into actual record of all the 20,000 lines, whether it's true or not. And also, if some lines do not have the requisite viability, we have to regenerate that one. And there are guidelines about the maximum time period you are permitted to allow that you have to regenerate that one. And regeneration for every crop is so well defined, and the protocols very well defined. So it was just to tell you this thing. If I say on collecting, I was looking yesterday a couple of posters, say we have collected these many accessions from here, these many accessions from here, these many accessions from here. What is the basis of collection? No. The collecting is not that simple. It's a highly scientific activity. It cannot be done randomly. It cannot be done arbitrarily. It's the ICR, Agro-biodiversity, which has a responsibility. And if someone is interested in really undertaking any collecting mission, they should tie up with NBPGR. NBPGR has very well defined program. You can just ask them, they can define time with a fixed time with you, route with you, and they will really guide you what to do. But then before undertaking any collection, one has to ensure that you do the gap analysis of that one. And without gap analysis, you shouldn't really go and collect it. Otherwise, what you will be assembling the same thing again. and it will be a burden on the gene banks, which we should not have those ones. So I will not go into details of this one, but it simply tell you that the CG are the international gene banks. They have well-defined SOPs for each activity, and those SOPs are followed religiously at each step. Now let me see what are the challenges. Why we want to really conserve the genetic resources, why we want to really evaluate them, why we want to really use them. This slide I prepared in 2015, and as I'm presenting it. Why I'm presenting it today is that what was predicted in 2015 actually turned out true. We were expected to surpass China in 2024, but actually we surpassed in 2023 itself. So that means the challenges are absolutely real. These challenges are real. We have already crossed 1.4 degree mark in temperature. We have rains 100 to 200, 300, 400, 500 mm in 24 hours. It was last week only in Chennai, 500 mm. So that means the waterlogging has to happen. Warmer states are there, so high temperatures there, incessant rains are there. I will come to drought a little bit later because that's more serious. This is a challenge for the nation. Look here, other than cereals or the starch, our diet is deficit in everything else. So that means we really have to diversify our food habit, food systems. Okay. This is drought, and it was 2023 and 2023-24. I was in southern part of Africa, Zimbabwe. 100% loss. Billions of dollars in loss due to this one. Take 2023 in Karnataka only. Heavy drought and heavy losses up to maize. And this is a crop which has been probably most worked out globally by the public sector, by the private sector. And a huge diversity available with us. Still we couldn't do it. On the right hand side here I'm showing these are pearl millet, which is considered really a drought tolerant species in general. And we had 600 accessions of this growing in our regional station in Zimbabwe. There was no irrigation facility there, not in a single accession flowered. So that's a drought. Look at this species. This is generally an ornamental species. It's called as Venezuela rose. So last year Hyderabad had higher temperature, 42, 43, 40 plus in March and April. You may be seeing all these dry leaves here. All the new leaves dried completely. And see here, this photo I took around 3-4 weeks back. All these are dried. Imagine this was a fruit tree. Imagine this was mango. Shailendra is sitting here, and there's a temperature 2 degrees higher during the flowering period. What will happen to the farmers? You have a crop which gives fruit every alternate years, and if we had this higher temperature for 2 or 3 days, what will happen to the farmers? These are the major challenges, in fact, what we are facing. But at the same time, we have the opportunities. This I'm giving you a global status of the genetic resources available, almost 7.4 million accessions conserved globally. That includes both crops for the agriculture importance and of non-agriculture importance as well. Almost 1,700 gene banks globally working on it. And total of this 11% of this genetic resources are conserved in the CG gene banks. I'll come to CG gene banks again, but this is the status of the National Gene Bank at NBPGR. This data I took in August 2024, and it's 4.63 lakh accessions of around 17 or 1800 crop species. These are the 11 CGIAR gene banks, conserving around 700,000 accessions of around 45 crops or so. So they're not very large a number of crops, they're very small crops. But what's more important, if we look at the distribution of the germplasm across the multilateral system, 78% of the exchange has happened only through the CGIAR institutions. Only 12% or 22% of the exchange happened in the national gene banks. So that is in fact the importance of the CGIAR gene banks. I'm coming specifically to the ICRISAT gene bank. We are conserving genetic resources of just 11 crops. Those are 8 millets and 3 legumes and 130,000 accessions. Skip this one. And all these 130,000 accessions are safety duplicated as well at 2 places. One at Svalbard and second at other gene banks. So 97% of our gene bank is already safety duplicated at Svalbard, and 92% of the gene bank is safety duplicated at other places as well. Dr. Paloda is not here. This is an unfortunate thing we lack here in India. Our safety duplication, our gene bank is at risk always because we have everything at just one place, and maybe a part of that under MTS in different gene banks within the country, but not a complete safety duplication. So that's one thing which is really important for the nation to ensure, and there was a report submitted by Dr. Paloda himself under his leadership, but we didn't see any action so far happening in that one. And this is what I was saying for the exchange, how the exchange is happening. Even if you look here in 2021, almost 60,000 accessions have been distributed from the CGIAR gene banks to the national partners. And this trend is since 2017 or 18, most of the germplasm is going to the CG institutions. And India is the biggest beneficiary of that. Largest number of accessions any country receives is India. This is ICRISAT's distribution since its inception. 1.72 million samples distributed to 150 countries. That's how it's here. I will go back to this slide, and I was making a point here, sir. And you are here at the right time. I was saying here that ICRISAT gene bank is safety duplicated at 2 places, Svalbard as well as other gene banks in the world, and 90% plus accessions are safety duplicated at 2 places. But this is a limitation at the national system at the moment. We haven't really we have all the things at one place, one gene bank, which could be at risk any time, and no one can boast that there could be no risk. Anywhere it can happen, and we have seen it's happening. So this is again probably we need to look into it, how the safety of the genetic resources could be safely duplicated in the countries. So this is the distribution from ICRISAT, and how this distribution has helped. How the distributions, in fact, this is one example. There are dozens of examples we have here. This is one example which I have taken, an accession, a wild species of Arachis peanuts, identified from Bolivia. From there it went to USDA gene bank, where they generated some integration lines. Those integration lines came to ICRISAT, which were evaluated for late leaf spot, and the resistant lines were went throughout the world. And all the accession, all the resistance, and all the varieties across the globe is coming only from this particular accession. Though it's a risky thing, people didn't really realize that we are sitting are using just one gene across, and of course in some places this has already become susceptible to this one. But this is one of the examples to show that how the exchange can really help us. And in fact, there was a publication last year only from Karnataka, one variety which has this gene, how much that is really contributing annually, only taking that if you have a susceptible variety, you have the losses vis-a-vis this gene that is present. It's in billions of rupees. Just one state which is really getting out of it. It's not only that we are conserving or distributing germplasm to the researchers only. We really came to the point when GIZ approached us and asked us if we can really help the farmers of Niger and Chad and Western Africa. This was basically a call for ensuring that we don't have any major problems because of the Ukraine war. And we took the germplasm from the gene banks, which was adapted to these regions, and one season evaluation based on that one, we identified 10 or 15 germplasm lines, increased its seed in just 1 year, and very next year we distributed more than 2,000 kits, 5 kg each, to the farmers of this region. And this video is available there. Just Google it to see the impact. It's going very well. That how the gene banks can really do, even not having, because otherwise you need to have the hybrids and other things that are very expensive. But these 3 or 4 accessions could really do a lot to the farmers. I will really come on the use, which is because the major goal of this conference, and especially this particular theme, is the utilization. And I will take a few of the things, how the gene bank germplasm could be used. We know there are several limitations. You cannot, if you have, let's say, we have sorghum 40,000 or 43,000 accessions. Our NVPGR has 110,000 accessions of rice. No breeder will be able to use those ones. So there are procedures to generate what we call as cores and mini cores. It's a very old concept of 1980s, but put into practice at ICRISAT. And Hari Upadhyay is credited for that one globally of generating the cores and mini cores of several crops. And this is, if you look at the ICRISAT webpage, we have the cores and mini cores of all the crops available with us. So that if anyone is interested only in having the most diverse set, they can get the mini core or the core depending upon their capacity, how much they can really use it. And in addition to that, we have subsets of all for most of the major traits. For each of the crops, there are 10 or 15 traits, be it agronomic traits, be it disease resistance, be it insect resistance, all those are available. So anyone who wants to have the genetic resources, they can simply look at the web page and see what they are looking for. And this is just showing one crop. This is the chickpeas, that we have the sources which are resistant. Ascovita blight, Botrytis marigold, dry root rot, wilt, borers, all these things are available. Anyone who's interested in this type of crop. Likewise, we have this set for all the crops. And these subsets are available. But caution, gene banks, whatever you get, validate it before you actually use it. That's very, very important. Why I'm saying this thing? When I was at NBPGR, you send material to someone, the complaint is your material is a mixture. I said, yes. When we are collecting, we are not collecting the single type, we are collecting the complete diversity of that area. And it will be always a mixture. It will have several types. So you evaluate the one, you identify the source by scientific plant which is useful to you, then continue from there. How modern technologies can really help us, and in fact these are helping us. I will give you some examples. This is an example where CIMMYT, for example, genotyped all its wheat collection of 66,000 accessions. So you can see the green ones, these are the cultivars, and all other yellows, they are not the part of the most of the cultivars which are available in this one. So there are a huge diversity is available here. How to use it, this is what we really have to see. Okay. The same thing at ICRISAT, 3,300 genotypes have been genotyped using the sequence information, very high quality genotype, and of course, a lot of analysis done on that one. And haplotypes, the desirable haplotypes for each of the important agronomic traits have been identified. And here we have 56 lines which have better alleles or superior alleles for one or the other trait. And the breeders can really actually take these ones, and there are SNP markers which are linked to each of those alleles, and you can really pyramid any number of the traits you want into the germplasm or the breeding lines. This is how the modern technologies are helping us in really reducing the amount of work which a breeder has to do otherwise. Phenotyping is also important, and screening large number of the genotypes under field conditions has become very, very difficult. But this is one example which is in fact a collaboration between ICRISAT and the national program under a DBT funded program. See, using this LYSI scan, we analyzed 5,000 germplasm accessions for drought. And based on the initial, this is one trait I'm saying, there are multiple traits which are being recorded by these machines, these multispectral cameras. And based on this one, 175 lines were identified which were accumulated higher biomass or which had a better index for drought tolerance. And these are being analyzed for detailed now that what are the parameters for which they are helping us for drought tolerance. This is for again the drought tolerance, then this is again for heat stress. Again 5,000 lines screened for this one. More than 900 lines screened for salinity. So all these modern technologies, modern techniques are actually helping us in phenotyping larger number of the germplasm lines in shorter time. And we really have to look for the diversity for the traits which are becoming important. This is again one example, which is again a collaboration with the national system here, where because sesame is one such crop which is grown during rainy season, it's highly susceptible to waterlogging. And using this system screening, we could help in identifying sources which are tolerant to waterlogging. And this germplasm is being genotyped, so it should be possible for us to identify the marker trait associations immediately. Pigeon pea, again a summer crop. Again a crop of the summers where rainfall is there. And if you have the waterlogging for more days, then again there's a lot. So here again using a larger set of germplasm lines, we could identify a few lines. See here, 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 which could tolerate waterlogging for 10 days. This is the germplasm what has come up into this one. Fusarium wilt in case of chickpea. This is another example because as you know the rainfall has really, there's no definite pattern. Groundnut is a crop, if you have rainfall at maturity and if these germinate, the whole crop gets spoiled. And looking at simple mini core, which was genotyped using high throughput genomics, GBS, and this mini core of around 200 accessions was phenotyped for dormancy. And based on just one season analysis of the dormancy, we could identify the markers which are associated with this one, identify the haplotypes, and develop the Casper markers that could be used for marker-assisted selection by the breeders. Now this is just 2 seasons work. This is what helped is the high throughput genomics and high throughput phenotyping. Those are the things which help us to really get this in 6 months' time or so. With this one, I thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Parda, for giving me this opportunity to be here. the organizers of this whole ISPGR. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for agreeing to this presentation on a very, very short notice. Thank you very much. The young presenters would know that there are opportunities to link the work that you are carrying out with the SDGs and with the requirements from different areas of the world. And the last slide I just showed about the groundnut. We have been talking since 2 days about the endemic ones and the ones which are originated or domestic or secondary centers of origin. One example of groundnut is that it's from Brazil, but there is Brazil doesn't accord much importance to groundnut as much as we do. So there is no, let's say, programs of conservation or use of CWR of groundnut in Brazil. So whether it is originated here or not, if it is important to us, we must work on that. So that's very, very important. Thank you very much, sir. So as we move on to the last part of our program, which is rapid presentation. And the purpose of this part is to see what young researchers in this area are working upon. And we are indeed excited to listen to all of you. And their presentations are already loaded. And then we requested advice all the presenters that directly go to the title and why did you choose that one, research gap or the objective, and then how did you tackle that one, what are the salient outcomes. Okay, so that will be very easy, so you can use your allotted time very, very fruitfully. No need to highlight the importance of Northeast and biodiversity, so we have been listening to that since yesterday. So with that, I will now start this rapid presentation with the first presenter, Kalpana. Yes. Please start.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is developing seedless bean coal banana.
Just a minute. I think we have been asked to evaluate them. There may be some prize for them. So everyone should know that how you're presenting, how you're using mic, that's a part of this whole learning. Right? So keep that in mind as well.
Yes. Shall I start, sir?
Yes, please.
So, developing seedless bean coal banana, a strategy to combat hidden hunger through advanced breeding technique. Here, we all know that Musa balbisiana is a seeder type and it is tolerant to many biotic and abiotic stresses. It occurs in wild type as well as in cultivated form. Especially in northeastern India, it is called as bean coal and apia coal. If this banana is highly nutritious, rich in iron and dietary fiber. See, suppose if you take 100 gram of fresh pulp, it is sufficient for a 6-month-old infant's 100% recommended dietary allowance of potassium, manganese, zinc, selenium, and it is also rich in magnesium, copper, iron, and other micronutrients. And it is also have a higher concentration of essential and non-essential amino acids, as well as the sulfur-containing amino acid methionine. And it is commercially very important because it is used as a baby food, and it is commercially available as Beam Vita, Beam Shakti, Assam Beam, everything in online platform like Amazon and Flipkart. However, this current production struggle to meet the growing demand because it is cultivated under very less area and mainly as a backyard crop, and there is no systematic planting strategies. This has not gained popularity in other banana growing region also throughout India because of its long crop cycle and presence of seeds, that is 150 to 160 seeds per fruit. To exploit this nutritionally rich banana and expand its area, it is essential to make this bean coal seedless. There are different strategies available to make this bean coal seedless, that is conventional breeding, endosperm culture, mutation breeding, and genome editing. The aim of this study is to develop seedless bean coal using tetraploid bean coal and endosperm culture. This methodology I am not going to read out. This is the performance of bean coal banana at NRCB farm in Tiruchirappalli. And this is the schematic representation of my methodology here. The seeds, that is the immature endosperm of the seeds, at different maturity level were used for the production of triploid bean coal. And another strategy is that development of embryogenic cell suspension from the male flower buds. Using this embryogenic cell suspension, we have done the chromosome doubling, and the ploidy were confirmed, and the tetraploid developed were under field evaluation, which will be used for crossing with diploid bean coal for the development of seedless bean coal. So the results are like the male flower buds, immature floral hands were used. Here the embryogenic calli was converted into an embryogenic cell suspension. Here I have used the chromosome doubling agent varizalin instead of colchicine, because varizalin is less toxic and it is 250 times more efficient than colchicine. The concentration I used were 0.2, 0.4 and 0.3 micromolar for 2, 4 and 6 days interval. And I got the chromosome doubled bean coal at 0.4 micromolar for 4 days as well as on 6 days. Now the field plants are under, the ploidy was analyzed using flow cytometer and the stomatal parameters as well as the cytological studies. The diploid and tetraploid plants produced as well as the mixoploids were under field evaluation at NRC banana. So the endosperm culture is the one-step protocol for the production of triploids. Here the seeds of different maturity like 60, 70 and 80% maturity matured endosperm were used for the production of triploid plants. Here we got only 3 plants and 3 triploids were obtained, and now they are in the nursery stage. This is a chance seedling we obtained when the open pollinated hybrid of 686, which looks exactly similar to that of the bean coal. However, the nutritional analysis is underway, and however they are molecular level they are different, but this is triploid in nature. And there is, to conclude, the tetraploid bean coal was developed at a concentration of 0.4 micromolar for 4 days and 6 days, and triploid was produced using 70% matured endosperm. Also, we got a chance seedling which was morphologically similar to that of bean coal through open pollination of 686, that is a cross between Saba and Kisan living progeny. So the outcome of the study will be, so if we produce a seedless bean coal, the pulp extraction will be easier, and for at industrial level the baby food preparation will be easier, and the pulp recovery rate will be very high. And it can serve as a natural source for vital nutrients, and it can be used for direct consumption. It can be recommended for direct consumption. See, as we all know, we have to combat hidden hunger. That is, 1 in 3 of the world's population suffer from hidden hunger. That is the deficiency of minerals and vitamins, and it can be recommended. Since it is hardy, low input farming and resource limited area also it can be done. It can thrive in variety of environmental conditions, hence it can be recommended for other banana growing regions because of its industrial importance. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalpana. I invite the next speaker, Vikas. After Vikas, Aruna will be ready after.
Studies to identify novel genomic regions for cereal bite resistance in Indian brown wheat germ blossom. So starting with the bird's eye view, we are replacing the germ blossom. So the conventional use is that we will be having a germ blossom collection which will be used for which will be evaluated for a tribe, and that will be again identified the best among them, and that will be used as genetic stock and further it is the breeding program. So as this is the typical pipeline. But as Dr. Asprova was telling that the pipeline, in this pipeline, you can say the search for new genes is very limited, or it's not that much happening in all the crops. Only in some crops is happening. So nowadays we have to move from the new technology to the next level, that is using genomic resources. There is the Austin mapping, which can have the answer for this, because the main problem with this germ blossom collection is the sheer number. which to deal with. So we can't have a single output two numbers. These were in hundreds. So how to deal with the numbers? So for that using the population, we can have association mapping, which is the best tool, not the best tool to identify the genes or the equitals among the germs and collection. So among these association mapping, the genome studies is a popular tool or technology to identify the gene and equitals in a germ collection. So this technology is construction of the population, which will be phenotype, and those two data will be combined together using biomedical models, and that will through this model we can get the desired equitals of the gene. So it's a very bird's eye view of the how we can move forward with the new technology. And coming to my topic, that since yesterday we have been listening about rice and maize. So I think the story won't be complete without wheat. So I will complete the story with wheat. So I will be talking about the durum wheat and macaroni wheat, which is a tetrapod wheat grown in the central and western India of India, consisting of states of Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Karnataka. So actually it's mainly used for the product of pasta, spaghetti and noodles. So the issue now emerging is the Fusarium neckline. So actually it's not an issue in India recently, but for the past 2 to 3 years it is emerging due to the mainly two reasons. One is there will be in many times there is a rainfall during the maturity period, and next is the preceding crop may be maize followed by wheat, then the pathogen move from maize to wheat. So due to these two reasons, now this Fusarium is emerging as a disease, mostly in India. So the symptoms include the bleaching, premature bleaching of the area. You can see the symptoms, and also pinkish and orange color spots in the infected hair. So we can have a lot of hair loss starting from 1500%. So this is highly tricky disease because the quantitative disease controlled by quantitative genes, so it's very difficult to identify the equitals. And so the major objective is to identify the resistant equitals and inbred and integrals in the commercial cultivars. So besides the economic loss of the plant, it also causes losses to the human and animals in the form of mycotoxin.
You have 5 minutes only.
Yes. Yeah. So the last you can see in the form of the mycotoxins are down, which can cause any health issues. So even in import also it's called a disease because there's a threshold of 10 ppm in the grains. So without that this disease 10 ppm, more than 10 ppm, the entire lot will be rejected. So this cycle will survive in the stubbles of the plant. So with this, the objective is to evaluate the durum wheat germplasm for the FHB resistance line. So the materials they used around 280 durum wheat germplasm land, including the land races collected from Karnataka and Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh and Uttarakhand, and this was screened at two locations, one at IR Wellington and control at IR New Delhi. So genotype was done using the 90K SNPRA, and the models mixing unit model were used to identify the PTLs or multi-trait association. And coming to the result, you can see either in the field or in controlled condition, you can have there is a moderate to susceptible reaction, and only few lines are showing resistant reaction to the FHB. And the population structure was broadly divided into 5, 1, 2, 3, 4 because we have a lot of land races and a little bit of breeding lines and cultivars. So this is the management plot which shows the marker trait association between the trait FHB and the resident SNPs. You can see there are significant number of markers which will be identified, which will be in the. So you can see this is the table which shows the significant number of markers which is showing resistance to the FHB, and their model for which it is significant, and the chromosome location and also the protein function. You can see the highlighted one are the one which are highly relevant because it has been there in more than 2 models. So these models, these SNPs are highly reliable, and we can use the markers and validate for the use in the breeding program. So this is an important slide. So these when we analyze the QTLs, we can see that the most of the lines were from Karnataka and Madhya Pradesh, but the QTLs, Western QTLs were mainly from Uttarakhand region. You can see around out of this 10, you can see around 5 are from Uttarakhand region. That too, named as Ratti, Gehu, Tang Gehu, and Duragehu, and only from Karnataka. So that's and the previous experiment, the experiment with 20,000 red wheat germplasm for leafless, stemless, and stripless, we could identify same amount of resistance from Uttarakhand. So I think the Uttarakhand region can be a repository for these resistant genes, which should be explored further. So the take-home message is that GWAS can be used as a tool to search for new genes to the next level, and it can it's the first step to identify the genome business population level, and also it's provide a valuable information about the population structure. And we should use at least 2 to 3 models to validate our own data research. And also we should what are the human markers we could observe that will be validated before using the marker assisted breeding program. So I think this is not a single work; it's a teamwork from scientists from IRI and phenotypic by IRI, genotypic by NBBGR, and also bioinformatics by ISI. Thank you.
As soon as the pest arrives on the field crops, the first resort which farmer seeks is for the chemical insecticide. And from last 1 decade, the people are having been aware about what are the harmful effects we are getting from the uses of this chemical insects. So now we are moving towards the eco-friendly and sustainable management, organic pest management side. So for that, we need options to go for that one. We can saying is different, but giving options to the farmer for the managing the pest in that way is another thing. And Northeast India is such a biodiversity hotspot which is still being untapped for the resources it has, the microfauna which it has in soil. So this topic has been taken for this thing only. So in this topic, the activities which were taken by the soil sample I have collected from the Manipur, 10 different districts. Every district 10 different samples from 10 different locations. 10 samples had been taken. So overall 100 samples had been taken, both from the cultivated land and from the forest land. And for the isolation of these entomopathogenic fungi from the soil, the greater wax moth, Galeria melonella, has been used, and for that I have marked there that in the laboratory using the artificial dye. And while doing the soil weighting for this, with the help of this Galeria melonella, the isolation of these entomopathogenic fungi, I have got the highest fungi which I have got from Churachampur, Senapati and Kaching district. And because during soil weighting, the insect might have died due to some other factors so apart from the EPF. And so for that, again, to confirm whether it is entomopathogenic fungi or not, the preliminary pathogenicity test again was conducted from the isolated fungi. And finally, these were the entomopathogenic fungi which I got. Among that, during this postulate, this preliminary pathogenicity test, mortality was ranging from 60 to 100% for the Beauveria bassiana, Clonostechus rosea, and Telleromyces purpureogeneus. Beauveria bassiana, everybody is very well aware of them, but Clonostechus rosea and Telleromyces purpureogeneus, these are recently been reported from India also during 2022 and 2023, specifically Clonostechus rosea, naturally occurring on the mango hopper in Pantnagar University. They have characterized it as an entomopathogenic fungi. So for them, morphological characterization were done first, so how it grew, the colony color, how it was, the appearance of the colony, how it was, and the texture, shape of conidia on the basis of that. And for the final confirmation, the molecular characterization was done for the confirmed identification of those species, because some of them were new. So, and after that, the NCBI accession number was also taken, and these were the 22 isolates which I have got during the isolation. Among these, for these 22, when I conducted the diversity indices, Bishnupur, Senapati, and Kaching district, they had highest diversity for the entomopathogenic fungi. And I also conducted the metagenomic study for this, and from this metagenomic study of the fungal diversity, I have gone through all, because up to 7 level it was, up to the species level it was. So whatever list I have got, I have gone through the search through the online for all any references there which has been reported even for once for the entomopathogenic the characteristics. So these 30 were there. So this is from the few samples only. Just think the area which has, from entire Northeast, which has not been even recognized, seen yet, tapped yet. So how much potential this Northeast is having for the entomopathogenic biodiversity. So for this result, as a conclusion, I would like to say that this is a promising solution for the pest management during the when we go for alternative solution apart from the chemical insecticide, and it will help in with successful biological control management. And with the help of our director, he recently director in this institute, he has approved me a project to go for survey for entire northeast and isolate the promising entomopathogenic fungi from this entire northeast region. Thank you very much, sir.
I am presenting here the work, collection and ex situ conservation of the diversity in Garcinia from Upper Assam. Yes. So Garcinia is the largest genus of the family Clusiaceae, and the genus is represented by 260 species distributed throughout the world's tropics. And in India, the genus is represented by 40 indigenous taxa, and the diversity is mainly concentrated in Western Ghats, Northeast India, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Among this, maximum diversity is observed in Northeast India with 15 species and 3 varieties. Out of this, 5 taxa is endemic to Northeast. And Garcinia is a genus of very economic importance as a source of edible fruit, spice, medicine, and it is a source of natural pigments and natural fat and timber. And the genus is well known after Garcinia mangostina, which is known as queen of fruit, the mangosteen. And the other 2 important species are Garcinia gummigatta or Malabar tamarind and the kokum or Garcinia indica, which is well known for its anti-obesity properties. In spite of its, and there are several underutilized species of economic importance under this genus, mainly in Northeast India. And the main research gap is it is a very taxonomically complicated family, and there are a lot of confusion in taxonomy of Garcinia. And if you work on the crop, first you have to clear the identity. You can see several papers with the wrong identity. For example, if you compare Garcinia morella from Northeast and Garcinia morella from Southeast, we found that both are a different species, but widely referred as Garcinia morella. So first, if you want to exploit this, we have to correct the taxonomic identity. The main challenges for this one is its niche specificity, and it is highly endemic, and it is polygamous. So if you want to work on that, you have to correct all the male, female, all the forms. And most of the taxonomic revision works are confined to this herbarium studies. So it is lacking detailed study on live specimen. And seasonal collection of Garcinia is very difficult. It is the fruiting season coincides with rainfall, and rainy season you have to go. Exploration is very difficult. If you want to go to Northeast Andaman and Nicobar Islands, it's very difficult, and you have to compare with the specimen in other Southeast Asian countries. So taxonomy is very important. So to study properly, we have to have ex situ conservatory for Garcinia representing all the species. So you can compare it side by side. So with the same, we have taken exploration to Northeast India, mainly in Upper Assam, covering the. So we have collaboration with the NDPGR. Delhi, we have undertaken this exploration, covering Dibrugarh, Tinsukia, and North Lakhimpur districts of Assam. So wherever possible, we have collected the seeds and fruits and other. And sometimes we may not get the seeds and fruit. So we have attempted grafting using the commonly available rootstock in South India. For this, we have used the rootstocks of Garcinia gummigatta, Garcinia indica, Garcinia xanthochimus, Garcinia cerabica, and mangostana. And we have collected the scions from the field. So in Garcinia, there is a dimorphic branching pattern. So you can see orthotrophic shoots and plagiotrophic shoot. If you use orthotrophic shoot, the plant will be having erected growth and conical canopy. If you take a plagiotrophic shoot, it will be having a bushy canopy with a drooping bushy habitat. So we have selected both, and we have done is wedge grafting. And these are the species we collected during our exploration. Altogether, we have collected 26 accessions comprising of 8 species. These are the species we have collected. And this first one is Garcinia pedungulata, in which the fruits are eaten raw and then is sliced into pickles. And it is having a lot of medicinal value. That dried ring is used to treat dysentery and digestive purpose. And second one is another species, Garcinia lancifolia, which is having ornamental value also. This is also useful to treat dysentery, and this fruit juice is useful for treating fever, jaundice, and urinary troubles. Then another species is Garcinia sibaceri. This is a new species reported some 2-3 years back. So this fruit is not edible, but it has got tremendous potential to use as rootstock for mangosteen. So it is very closely related to mangosteen, and mangosteen is highly susceptible to drought. So we don't have any rootstock which is ideal for mangosteen. So this potential, this species has a good potential. We have tried the interspecific grafting. It is compatible with Garcinia mangostana and Garcinia celebica. Another species is Garcinia dulcis. This is collected from North Lakhimpur district, and we collected it from forest. So in Southeast Asia, this is used as an edible fruit. So we have to compare with the Malaysian specimen whether it is same or not. We are working on it anyway. This also we have established. Another species is Garcinia assamica. The dried ring is used to treat dysentery and digestive troubles. And another species is Garcinia acuminata. This is also a very useful species. For the same purpose it is being used. Then another species Garcinia Sandachimus, which is known as Mysore gambol. This is distributed throughout India. So we are comparing the specimen for Andaman, Northeast India, and Western Ghats. Then another unidentified species also we have collected. We are working on it. We are waiting to get flowered. And we have made standardized interspecific grafting for 6 species from Northeast India. The first one is Garcinia acuminata, which is compatible on Garcinia gummigata. The second one is assamica, which is compatible on gummigata. Then lancifolia on gummigata. Then Garcinia sibaceri is compatible both on Garcinia mangostana and Garcinia celebica. So this we can use as bridging grafting material to graft Garcinia mangostana on Garcinia celebica. Another one is Garcinia dulcis on Sandachimus. And with this all together, we have developed the interspecific grafting technique for 17 species throughout India, right from Western Ghats, Northeast India, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And this has got a very good significance in germplasm collection of Garcinia. Especially, it facilitates germplasm collection throughout the year. Otherwise, getting the fruits during the season in Garcinia is very difficult, and we have high success rate above 90% in all these combinations. And because even from Andaman, when we collected, we did grafting after 1 month. It was a long duration exploration, so it has got a good significance. And we can establish both male and female plant in a short span of time, since it is a vegetative propagation. And early flowering is observed. The species we collected from Andaman, we could get it fruited within 2 years. So that is the advantage of this technique. And altogether, we have collected almost 246 accessions during last 5 years. And we have around 45 species of Garcinia. Out of this, 10 was from Western Ghats, 8 from Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and 8 from Northeast India. And we have collected around 80 exotic species also. Thank you.
We come to the title, Comparative Metagenome Analysis of Rhizospheric Soil Associated with Different Banana Genome Groups. So the objective of this particular study, therefore, we have observed during the field collections of different banana accessions from the Northeast for the Banana Consortium of the DBT project. We found that many of the accessions that are collected from different parts, they do not survive when they are brought to the field gene bank. So it becomes very cumbersome. So during one of our trips, particularly from Assam, when around 15 of the accession that was transported from there could be supplied in our field gene bank. So what we have to think about is that, is there any interaction? So what is there any kind of allophatic influence that is happening out there? So what we do is that we have all the genome groups that are placed in our field gene bank, and out of which we have spent about 1,000 square meter within the field gene bank, and we transplanted all the the representatives of the 6 genome groups, that is AA, BB, AB, AAA, AB, and ABB. So with a spacing of 6 by 6 feet. Then after 1 year, when they are mature enough, we collect the rhizosporic soil, which is just about 10 centimeters. Then isolated the DNA using this DNA isolation. So for this particular study of the metagenomic components or the microbial lot, we are basically trying to find out what are the bacterial communities that are associated with these different genome groups. Whether these particular genome groups, which are phytochemically different in terms of their quantity, do influence the bacterial community contained. So we adopted a technology of the 4th generation next generation sequencing. So using the standard workflow, we isolated the DNA, then purified to 1 microgram DNA, and the workflow that is followed by the nanopore sequencing under the Oxford company, and we outsourced this particular thing to Agri-genomics in Bangalore. So at the end, what we do is that after getting the sequence, we analyze using the pipeline, using 1 codex. So all the files that has been, all the sequence that has been obtained are FASTQ and has been uploaded already in 2019-20, and the biosamples of each of the samples is already in the NCBI. And on further analysis of the composition, we found that at the phylum level, the proteobacteria and actinobacteria are the majority of the abundant, the relative abundance at the phylum level, and similarly the class composition is also coming in terms of like all the samples. There is the different genome groups, alpha proteobacteria followed by actinobacteria. So it's more or less they have a similar composition right up to the species level. So the only thing is that what we meant to understand is that in terms of species diversity, the AA group, which is the Chankha, that is the Acuminata, seeded Acuminata, has the maximum diversity, followed by the AAB. But what leads to this particular different diversity is maybe because of the soil composition and other environmental factors that may lead to this. But what we want to conclude in this particular study is that the different genome groups of banana do not make much difference in terms of bacterial composition, and also what led to the death of these particular the samples in the field may be due to the management and other issues. So this is one, we come out with this, and these are and also in terms of their fertility, in terms of the soil nutrients, we find that the number of bacterial UTUs, like OTUs, we have the Balasen followed by Shankha. Then in terms of genera, the Rhizobium and all these, so all these particular bacterial genus, they are all part of the soil nutrient related bacteria, and there is not much of difference. Only difference is that in terms of their abundance. So these are the difference. Thank you.
My topic is NIR's coupled artificial intelligence-based approaches for predicting the protein content in potential crops of northeastern region of India. So basically, as we all know that nutritional security in India is a need of the hour. And specifically, if we talk about Northeast India, nearly 27% children are underweight and 40% women are anemic. So basically, malnutrition has become a very serious issue, and even when most of the countries, including India, are increasing the food production. So what are the reasons behind that? Probably low dietary diversity, inadequate diet with insufficient nutrients, and as per WHO, nearly 20% of India achieve only minimum dietary diversity. So India, where nearly 35% of the population is vegetarian, so to ensure nutritional security is not just a need, but a collective responsibility towards a healthier, stronger India. So in case of Northeast India, there are huge opportunities, including plant neglected, underutilized species. For example, perilla, labla bean, rice bean, there are some of the crops which are promising crops for a step towards biofortification, plant-based meat alternatives, and dietary diversity. Perilla, being rich in omega-3 fatty acids, protein content, and other legumes as a multi-purpose crop, has the potential to mitigate several including challenges like climate change, and has the potential to maintain food, nutritional as well as ecological security. But however, as we know that there is a large amount of germplasm variability, and these plant-based meat alternatives has the potential to reduce the carbon footprint of the animal production as well. And exploring these nutrient-rich underutilized crops is an alternative for further mainstreaming into Indian agriculture. But we know that for evaluating we need a lot of technical expertise, chemicals, and it needs a lot of time, and it's very time consuming process. So there can be alternatives like NIR spectroscopy can be a rapid and efficient alternative. So this is a technique which is widely used to predict the organic compounds of the grain material based on the electromagnetic radiation, which is rapid, non-destructive and cost effective. And we have seen that several NIRS-based prediction modeling have been done in major staples including rice, wheat, barley, and then in some of the crops like buckwheat, cowpea, amaranthus. But in our crops, especially the crops of like Northeast India, potential crops, no such studies have been conducted. There is no rapid technology which can be useful for the rapid mining screening of the germplasm or the plant genetic resources available for these crops. So based on that, we have quantified the one trait here, only protein content in these three crops, and developed the NIRS-based prediction models. We have taken the reference data and the NIR spectra and divided the samples into calibration and validation sets of 2:1 ratio, and then train our models and then validate them through the independent data. So there are several kind of modeling techniques, like traditional methods were partial least square regression or MPLS. But nowadays, as we all know that the future is all about AI. So the deep learning approaches like 1D CNN, LSTM transformer, these are some of the techniques and having better advantages over the previous techniques. And there are certain problems when we work on the NIR spectroscopy, like spectral distortions, like light scattering, baseline shifts, non-linear relationships. So to mitigate those things, we have to pre-process our spectra. So there are several methods, but we have found that the SNV and detrending combination is one of the powerful combination, because it normalizes the spectra individually and intersample variations can be minimized, and it reduces the baseline trends, and furthermore the systematic variations which can be caused due to the large number of samples when we scan the spectra. So this is a kind of overall methodology. This is for one of our papers which has been recently published. So we took the perilla seeds here, and then we took the NIR spectra, and then we got the spectra through this combined reflectance spectrum, and then we did the wet chemistry analysis and put the reference data into calibration 5 and used two methods to compare the traditional as well as the new AI-based methods, that is MPLS and 1D CNN, and finally we validated our model based on the independent set of samples. So in case of perilla, we have taken the seed meal protein. So seed meal protein is something that we got after the defatting, and it has more protein content as compared to the normal seeds, which is nearly 25 to 35%, richest among almost all these other crops. So this is when we tried our models using MPLS or 1D CNN, we have got that the combination of 1D CNN along with long short-term memory and inception with a derivative of 1 was the best performing model when validated externally with R-square of 0.98 and RPD, that is residual prediction deviation of excellent RPD, which has the potential to predict the exact values, that was 7.21. In case of labla bean, so what we wanted to do is to compare the traditional methods like MPLS with the new method. So there is one method, this is something new, transformer. As far as our knowledge is concerned, nobody in the world have used transformers to predict the nutrient content in any of the crops. So what we have done is we tried the transformer with the first derivative, and got the model 2, which is transformer with the first derivative, as the best performing model with R-square of 0.977 and handsome RPD of 13.92. And we have got some patches shown in this shown in this figure, that how the these 0 to 40 patches indicates the wavelength from 400 to 2498 nanometer, which is of NIR. And then we have got some significant correlations between those wavelengths as well. In case of rice bean, ultimately we wanted to try, rather than taking the entire spectra, what if we can just select only selected wavelengths. So we tried several key wavelength selecting algorithms like genetic algorithm, ant colony optimization, particle swarm, CARS, and then what we have done is select only specific wavelengths, and then also got very good R-square and RPD using MPLS and 1D CNN models. These are some of the scatter plots which shows the like R-square between the predicted as well as the reference values. So what we since this is the year of work of 1 year only, so now we are planning to evaluate the available germplasm sources using the developed models based on the 2024's harvest to make the models more robust. Second thing is, since we have already done it for 2 to 3 years, and next year while again doing, we are going to identify the protein-rich germplasm for the stock registration for the selected traits, and development of NIR-based non-destructive technology for other traits like starch content, soluble sugars, and some of the amino acids, and especially sulfur-containing amino acids, or which can be rapidly developed. And recently we have got FTIR in our institute, so we are also combining the use of NIR and FTIR for developing more robust model, which is a new technique nowadays. And then for Lubla bean, we have already designed a diversity panel for GWAS analysis based on the biochemical traits. And along with the collaboration with our engineering department of our institute, we are going to develop a low-cost NIR-based instrument, sir, which can be rapidly used to screen the germplasm in the field only, so that we need not to go for any wet lab analysis. Just directly you can have the selected wavelengths, you can scan the spectra, and then you can have the values, so that it can be easily for the breeders as well as the farmer to rapidly assess the germplasm. So these are some of our work which has been planned for next 2 to 3 years, and I think that's all. Thank you so much. And this is the publications from the presented work, which we have got in journals like Food Research International, Food Bioscience, Journal of Food Composition and Analysis, Plant Foods for Human Nutrition, and so on. Thank you. Have a good day to all.
Scientist. Today I would like to talk on a topic of genetic resources and availability of botany for various species morphological desorganization in low pH soils. So we feel that this topic is very well suited for the technical session 3, where the genetic resource of buckwheat can be rightly utilized for harnessing the P solubilization capacity of buckwheat. So as all of you know, the buckwheat is one of the pseudo-cereal dicotyledonous, belongs to the family of Polygonaceae. The genetic resource of buckwheat includes a lot of different aspects of species, subspecies, land races, but there are majorly 2 types of buckwheat. One, that is esculatum type and tartaricum type. They differ in leaf type and achene type, and also stress tolerance. So buckwheat is very well distributed in northeast, starting from Arunachal Pradesh to Manipur. Very less distribution is there in Tripura, Mizoram, and Meghalaya. So this good distribution at Arunachal Pradesh and Assam and Nagaland, Meghalaya can be rightly utilized for the our utilization, genetic resource utilization. So importance of buckwheat is very important because it acts as a very good functional food because of rich antioxidants and also good proteins, especially lysine, and also very important flavonoid, that is glutinoids, which is present in the leaf as well as flower and seed. So because of its inbuilt mechanism, physiological mechanism, it has a high accumulation of these glutinoids which can be rightly harnessed.
Finally, organizers will have a tough time to really declare first, second, third, and based on this one, because all the presentations were so good. Yeah, it maybe tougher. This was really good level of presentations, and I'm sure most of us are happy with the sort of the level of the experiment presentations, the level of the experiments, the level of the materials you all used. It's wonderful. I will only say that please keep it up and have a good time. Thank you.
ये जो गमछा है